Hello, thank you for joining me today. In this video, we are going to be working our way through the Grade 1 Music Theory in Practice by Eric Taylor. Alright, so let's start by reading the introduction for the syllabus for Grade 1. Section 1 here. Note values of semibreve, minim, crotchet, quaver, and semiquaver, and their equivalent rests. Candidates must use the terms whole note, half note, etc., tied notes, single dotted notes, and rests. Alright, so we have to use the terms whole note, half note, etc. Well, of course, we know there's two names for different note values. Like a minim, for instance, is a half note. Alright, half note. Semibreve, whole notes. Alright, crotchet is a quarter note. Quaver is an eighth note. Let's put eighth there. And semiquaver is a 16th note. 16th note. Excuse my terrible handwriting. And their equivalent rests. So I think I'm probably going to use a mixture of these, but I'll try to actually keep it to semibreve, minim, crotchet, and this terminology here. Number 2, simple time signatures of 2/4, 3/4, and 4/4. Bar lines and the grouping of the notes listed above, that's these ones here, within these times. Composition of a 2-bar rhythm in answer to a given rhythm starting on the first beat of the bar. 3, the stave, treble, G clef, and bass, F clefs. Names of notes on the stave including middle C in both clefs, sharp, flat, and natural signs, and their cancellation. Section 4, construction of the major scale, including the position of notes and semitones. Scales and key signatures of the major keys of C, G, and D, alright, and F, in both clefs with their tonic triads, that's root position, degrees, number only, and intervals above the tonic by number only. And Section 5, some frequently used terms and signs concerning tempo, dynamics, performance, directions, and articulation marks. Simple questions will be asked about a melody written in either treble or bass clef. Alright. So we've got a table of contents here, but we're not going to pay much attention to that because we just want to get straight into the book. Introduction. In the theory examinations, you may write your answers either with pencil or with pen. I would suggest using a pencil. It's best practice to always use a pencil when writing music theory. Most people use a pencil, but the choice is yours. The important thing is that the answers should be written clearly. If you use a pencil, choose one that is not too faint. 3B. Alright, 3B pencil is a good choice of pencil when writing music theory. Make sure that it is sharp. If you use a pen, okay, that's fine. The advantage of using a pencil is you can make corrections, of course. Let's just blast through this here. Right from the beginning, it is important to learn to write music clearly. Badly written work may be misunderstood. Alright, so these are just some basic sort of best practices, but let's get straight into Section A. Elementary time values. Alright, and if you've got the AB Guide to Music Theory, alright, there it is. That's actually a really good resource for you to have to refer back to whilst you're practicing your music theory. Exercise 1. What are these notes called? Alright, so this is a semibreve. Alright, so semibreve. Also a whole note. Whole note. What's this? Alright, that's a crotchet. Also called a quarter note. Let's write the word quarter. Can I spell quarter? I think that's right. What's this? All right, well, that's a minim. Minim. Also a half note. Half note. Okay, it's half of a whole note. That's a quarter of a whole note. And this here, that's called a quaver. Quaver. Or an eighth note. Okay, exercise 2. Complete the following sentences by adding the right number on each of the dotted lines. As an example, the answer of the first one is given. So A, so minim lasts as long as 2 crotchets. All right. What's this? This is a semibreve or a whole note. Lasts as long as. So how many of these crotchets can you fit into a semibreve? You can fit 4 of them into one of those. Okay, here we have another whole note, another semibreve. Lasts as long as, how many minims? 2. You can fit 2 minims into a semibreve. Minim lasts as long as, how many quavers? Well, we know that a minim is worth 2 crotchets, and we can fit 2 quavers into each crotchet. So to make a minim, we would use 4 quavers. All right, so the last question in this exercise. This crotchet lasts as long as how many quavers? Well, we've already answered this question up here. We can fit 2 quavers, 2 of these, into 1 crotchet. So the answer is 2. All right, section B, bar lines and time signatures. Exercise 3, what are these lines called? So these lines here that these arrows are pointing to. There we go, there's 3 of them they're pointing to there. All right. What are they called? They're called bar lines. Okay, what about this one over here? All right, what's that called? What is this pair of lines called? So this is a double bar line. Double bar line. Or maybe the final bar line. Exercise 4. At the beginning of a piece of music, you will usually find 2 numbers. For example, 2/4, 3/4, or 4/4. What are these called? Well, they're called time signatures. Time signatures. And what they tell us is how many beats there are in the bar and what kind of beats they are. So this is 4 crotchet beats in a bar. This one is 3 crotchet beats in a bar, 3 crotchet beats, and this one is 2 crotchet beats in the bar. Exercise 5. In directions such as 2/4, 3/4, and 4/4, what does the top number tell you? Well, there we go. We've just answered that question. The top number tells us how many beats there are. How many beats? All right. What does the bottom number tell you? All right. It tells us what kind of beat they are. Okay, what kind of beat? So what is the full meaning of 2/4? All right, that means there are 2 crotchet, okay, 2 crotchet or 2/4 beats. All right, and what is the full meaning of 3/4? That means there are 3 crotchet, or also known as quarter, beats. Exercise 6. Write the sign which is sometimes used instead of 4/4. Alright, so 4/4 is quite a commonly used time signature. So it's actually also called common time. And the first letter of the word common is C, so we just write the letter C. Exercise 7. Add 1 note at each of the places marked with a star to make the bar complete. Alright, so we've got 2/4 here, and we've already got a crotchet, and this is telling us there are 2 crotchet beats in this bar, so we need to add another crotchet beat. There we go, because we only need to add 1 note, okay? Okay, so the second bar in this piece of music has a crotchet in the first beat, alright? And then a quaver on the second beat. But of course, this is just a quaver. We need the second beat to add up to a crotchet. So we'll put another quaver there. And 2 quavers add up to a crotchet. Now this beat is complete. They have asked for a note, but the equivalent rest, all right, would be a quaver rest. This bar is complete. It's a minim. It's worth 2 crotchet beats, which is what this time signature is asking for here, so we don't need anything. All right, example B, we are now in 3/4, which means there are 3 crotchet beats in a bar. This minim is worth 2 crotchet beats, so we need another crotchet in this space to complete the bar. All right, first beat of the bar here is empty, and this crotchet here is the last thing that's happening in this bar. So it's probably on the 3rd beat, all right? So we actually need to make up 2 beats to complete this bar. And which note is worth 2 crotchet beats? Well, it's one of these. It's a minim. So we're going to add a minim right there. Terribly drawn minim, but that's a minim. This bar is complete. It adds up to 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 crotchet beats, so we don't need to do anything there. Example C. All right, we're in 4/4, also known as common time. And this is a minim, which is worth 2 crotchet beats. All right, so this is going to be beats 1 and 2. This carries over to the second beat. Now we need to add 1 note, which makes up the 4 crotchet beats in this complete bar. So it's going to be another minim, all right? Beats 3 and 4. Okay, next bar, we've got a minim, and that's beats 1 and 2. Then we have a crotchet on beat 3, and then a star with our missing note here, and then a quaver at the end here. So this quaver is not on beat 4. This is on the upbeat, all right, on the and of 4. It's half a beat. We've got 1, 2, 3 and a half beats filled in here. So we're missing half a beat. So this is going to be a quaver. Okay, next bar, we've got a space at the beginning of the bar and then 2 crotchets in the last 2 beats of the bar. So this is beat number 4 and this is beat number 3. So beats 1 and 2 are missing. That's 2 beats in total, and we know that a minim, here's one for example, is worth 2 crotchet beats, so we can put a minim in that space. Okay, now we have a completely empty bar here, and we need to fill in 1 note, all right, 1 note. That's going to fill up this entire bar, and that's a semibreve, okay, or a whole note. Example C, I beg your pardon, example D, We are still in common time here in 4/4. So we've got 4 crotchet beats in the bar. This is our first beat of the bar. Then we have a gap, and at the very end of the bar, another crotchet beat, and nothing after it, and then our bar line. So this crotchet is on the 4th beat of the bar. So we're missing beats 2 and 3. So that's a total of 2 beats missing, and a minim will fill that space nicely. Okay, next bar, first beat of the bar here, we have a quaver. That is worth half a beat. So there's another half of this first beat missing. And we could put a quaver in there to make up that, because 2 quavers equal a crotchet. That's on beat 2. This minim is sounding on beat 3 and beat 4. Next bar here, first beat of the bar, we've got a crotchet. Second beat of the bar, another crotchet. On the third beat of the bar, we have a quaver. And we've come up against something similar to this in the previous bar, where we had a quaver and then nothing after it. But watch out, this is not going to be a quaver. This is actually going to be a crotchet. Okay, so what's going on here? Well, beats 1 and 2 are covered. They've got crotchets. That's the full value of each of these beats. Then we have beat 3, which starts with a quaver. So we need another quaver, all right? We need another quaver to add up to 1 beat. At the very end of this bar, we have a quaver. This is not on the 4th beat of the bar. This is on the upbeat, the and of 4, just like this example up here. However, we can't put a quaver in because we are required to put 1 note in. So we need to put a note in here that's worth 2 quavers. Okay, 2 quavers. And that's a crotchet. And here we have, in the last bar, a crotchet on beat number 1. And then this minim here at the end of the bar. This minim is worth 2 beats. So this minim is actually sounding on beats 3 and 4. So we're missing beat 2, and a crotchet is going to go nicely in that space. All right, exercise 8. Add the time signature at the beginning of each of the following. All right, so what have we got here? What time signature is this example in? Let's go and count beats. And let's also make a note of what kind of notes they are, what kind of beats they are. Are they crotchets, quavers, minims, semibreves? What could they be? So this is the first note in the bar, so it's probably going to be beat 1. The next note immediately after it, we're going to say that's on the 2nd beat. And these are the only 2 beats in this bar, and they are both crotchets. So I'd say that this example is in 2/4, because there are 2 crotchets. There are 2, 1, 2 crotchets. Are there 2 crotchets in this bar? Yes, because a minim, all right, is worth 2 crotchets. Are there 2 crotchets in this bar? Yes. Here's one of them, all right. Here's a crotchet. And this is half of a crotchet. This is a quaver plus this half, all right. They will make a crotchet. And then we have a repetition of the first bar there at the end. So this example is in 2/4. All right, question B. What have we got here? We've got 2 minims. So could this be 2/2? Possibly. What about here? We've got crotchet, crotchet, minim. All right. So we've got crotchets in this example here. How many crotchets could there be in this bar if we do some calculations? Well, that's on beat number 1. That's on beat number 2. And that's on beat 3 and 4 if we're counting crotchets. What about this one? Beat 1. This minim's on beat 2 and 3. And this final crotchet here would be on beat 4, if we're counting crotchets. This is worth 1, 2, 3, 4 beats. And each of these is beat 1, 2, all right? And then this is on beat 3 and carries over to beat 4. So we can fit 4 crotchets into all of these bars. So this example is probably 4, 4. Okay, question C. Let's have a look at this. This is probably our best place to start, all right? It's got 1, 2, 3 crotchets in it. So this bar on its own, I would say, is 3, 4. Could we say that this is also in 3, 4? Yeah, we could. Minim is worth 2 crotchets. So this is happening starting on beat 1, carrying over to beat 2, and then on beat 3, we have a crotchet. This first bar over here, if we take this as our first beat of the bar, it's a crotchet. 2 quavers, all right, with this one starting on the second beat equals a crotchet. This is on the and of 2, the upbeat, which means this final crotchet here is on the third beat of the bar. So this example is in 3, 4. And question D, what have we got here? Right, let's count crotchets again. This crotchet is on the first beat of the bar. Then we have a minim, which is worth 2 crotchets. So this would be on beats 2 and 3. So we've got a bar of 3, 4. Again, 3 crotchets. What about this? Well, first beat of the bar, quaver. This would be on the and of 1, which would make that beat 2, which would make this beat 3, and this would be the upbeat of beat 3. So that fits in our 3, 4. What about this? Well, again, it's just a repetition of the first bar here. So 1, 2, 3. So this example here is also in 3, 4. All right, section C, notes on the stave. The easiest note to draw is the semibreve. It is simply an oval. If it is meant to be on a line, the line should run exactly through the middle, and the semibreve should cover only half the space on either side. For example, that's a correct one. That one's a little bit too high up. That one's a little bit too low down. So if it's meant to be in a space, it should fill the space, not overlap the line. So this is a correctly drawn semibreve there. This one is overlapping the line above it, all right? And this one is overlapping the line below it, which will make it a bit hard to read if you're trying to read music. So watch out for that. It is not clear where the notes marked X are meant to be. Right. Draw a semibreve on every line and every space between the given notes. All right, let's see if I can do this with my pen here. This is in a space, so the next line up is going to be there. That's all right. Next space up is there. Line, try and get it exactly in the middle. Space, line, and then space over there. Notes higher or lower than those provided for by the stave can be shown by drawing an additional line or lines when required. For example, there we go. So these are called ledger lines. Notice that each note then has its own line. Yeah, so we don't draw a long line above connecting the two. They would each get their own ledger line like that, all right? A line should not be drawn over the note immediately above the stave nor underneath the note immediately below it. Yeah, we don't need this line here, all right? We already know it's sitting up on top of the stave, and this line doesn't need a line, this note doesn't need a line underneath it. It's sitting below the stave. Much more readable this way, all right? When you draw extra lines, they must not slope up or down. They should be the same distance apart as the staves. All right, so you've got to draw your ledger lines parallel, as much as possible, parallel to the stave below or above it. All right, there you go. That's not terribly good, but you can just practice drawing on pen and paper like that, pencil and paper. As many lines as are needed may be drawn, but in grade 1 we shall go no further than one line above or below the stave. What are these additional lines called? All right, they're called ledger lines. Ledger lines. Like semibreves, the note heads of minims and shorter notes are also oval, not round, though drawn a little smaller. Some people draw black note heads as single slanting strokes, thus. But these are not easy to read and can lead to mistakes. Yeah, I like to draw my note heads, you know, kind of like that. Or like that. The stem of a note goes down on the left and up on the right. Okay, yeah, so down on the left, up on the right. So this here, if I'll draw one correctly, is going to be a down stem on the left-hand side of the note head. This, all right, is not correct. Similarly, let's draw one going up on the right. That's the right. That's correct. Drawing it like this, all right, no, that's not how we do it. The stems of notes on the top two lines go down. The stems of notes on the bottom two lines go up. The stems of notes in the middle line may go up or down. All right, so here we go. All of these notes from the middle line of the stave all the way up have their stems going down from the left-hand side of the note head. So that's all of these notes here, all right? And these notes' stems go up, all right? So all of these notes here. However, as you can see, these two notes are on the same line, and they can be down stems or up stems depending on what the other notes around are doing, what your preference is. These are kind of the exception. Notice how long stems are, and do not draw them too long or too short. Also, they should stand up straight. All right? They should stand up straight, so they should be perpendicular to the horizontal lines of the stave. Here are some good and bad examples. Yep, that's good. All right, this stem is not too long and it's perfectly straight. This stem is way too long. All right, doesn't need to be that long. This is a good one. That stem is too short. All right, that's all right. I'd probably draw that a little shorter, maybe from there actually, or there. That one's slanted. All right, not very readable. This is all right. This is slanted, okay. Yeah, that's okay. And what's going on with this one here? Well, its note head is just this little dash, which apparently some people do right. But yeah, this is not the most readable note. Okay, exercise 11. Draw a crotchet on every line. So now we need to get our note heads accurately on the line. Okay, let's start down here. All right. Now remember, because it is on the bottom of the stave, okay, it's below this B line. Let's say we're in the treble clef here. That means the stem needs to go up, and the stem always goes up from the right side of the note head. So let's go from this line here. They want us to draw one on every line, and that's going to go up, okay. What about this here? Well, we could go up. If we wanted to, but if we do another one, just like in the example above, the stem can also go down. So now that we are above the middle line of the stave, we want to start drawing our stems going down. And the stems need to be on the left-hand side of the note head. All right, and there we go. That one's going down as well. Draw a minim in every space. What does a minim look like? Hollow note head with a stem going up or down depending on where it is. And they want it in every space. Okay, so let's start at the bottom here. All right, and because it's at the bottom of the stave, our stem's going to go up. Next one up. All right, we're still underneath this middle line here, which means the stem needs to go up. And then we get to this space here. Now this space is above the middle line. All right, so we're going to draw a stem going down. Stem is on the left-hand side of the note head. And then our final space with the stem going down. Quavers and shorter notes are shown with curved tails in printed music, but you may draw them with straight lines if it's easier. Notice that the tail is always on the right-hand side of the stem. Yeah, so it doesn't matter now which side the stem is on of the note head. The tail always goes to the right, okay? Either slanting up or slanting down. So let's do this example. Turn each of these notes into a quaver. So we need to add a stem to each of these notes and then a tail. All right? And which side of the note head the stem comes from is going to depend on how high up, all right, or low down it is on the stave. Here's our B line there, all right? Remember, this middle line here, the stem can go either up or down. So this note is in the space directly below the middle line. And because it's below the middle line, it needs to have a stem going up with the tail pointing down to the right. This note is on the line above the middle line, so the stem needs to go down with the tail going to the right. This one could go either way. I'm going to write it going up with the tail going to the right. This note head is on the very lowest line of the stave, so the tail needs to, I beg your pardon, the stem needs to go up with the tail pointing to the right. This note head is at the top of the stave, so the stem comes down and the tail points to the right. This note head is in the space just above the middle line, which means the stem goes down, the tail points up. And this note is on the second line up. This line is below the middle line, so the stem goes up, the tail points to the right. Okay, section D, the treble clef, also known as the G clef. The treble clef is not easy to draw at first. The most important part is the loop around the second line of the stave. That's the G line. Start from left to right like this. All right, so we're going to go like that. Left to right, like that. You can just practice doing that a couple of times. And then follow through. The top of the clef should be just above the stave, the bottom just below it. So the top of the clef is just above the stave here, the bottom just below it. Practice by copying this treble clef. So this second line over here, we start this twirl here on the second line. You can even trace over this treble clef to start practicing, right? Just like that. And then let's keep going. We'll do a couple. There's one. There's another one, not terribly wonderfully drawn, but I'd be better at this if I wasn't using a digital input device and I was on a piece of paper with a pencil. It would be much easier. In grade 1, only one ledger line will be used in the treble clef, the one below the stave. A note on this line is middle C. Alright, so middle C. There it is. Alright, middle C. One ledger line below the stave. Under each of these notes, write its letter name. Alright, so what do we know about the lines and spaces in the treble clef? Let's start with the spaces. It's F, A, C, E, face in the space. And the lines are E, G, B, D, and F. So face in the space, that's easy to remember. And then E, G, B, D, F. The rhyme that I learnt long ago to remember this was every good boy deserves fudge. So you can make up your own one. So let's go in and see. A, all right, this is in the second space, so this is an A. What's this one? Second line, so it's a G. This is on the top line, so it's an F. This is on the bottom line, so it's an E, all right. This is in the 1, 2, 3, the third space up, so face in the space, it's a C, all right. Top space, E, is that an E? Yes, it is. All right, what's this note over here? Well, they've told us up here, right? It's a middle C. We just call it C because they only want the letter name, right? They don't want us to write middle C, they just want the letter name. This is on the middle line of the treble clef, and it's a B. All right, this is above the stave, all right? Sitting above that top line. So if this top line is F, all right, like this note here, what is the next letter up after F? It's G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So this is a G. All right, now this is the opposite to that. This is hanging below the stave, all right? And we know that the bottom line of the stave here, okay, is an E. So what comes before E in the alphabet? A, B, C, D, E, D, E, D. It's a D, all right? So that note is D. This is also called a D, okay? So every good boy deserves, there we go, D. And finally, the lowest space on the stave is an F. Okay, so now we move to the bass clef. And you can draw the bass clef in two ways. I prefer to draw it this way, but this is acceptable as well. Notice that they both have two dots, all right? They've got two dots. There we go, two dots. One dot, two dots. On either side of the F line. Try drawing both ways here. So this clef, this bass clef, is also called the F clef. All right, the F clef. And the reason for that is because these two lines here are on either side, these two dots here are on either side of this line, which is the note of F. Okay, so the F clef. Just like the G clef or the treble clef, we started drawing it from this line here, which is the G note in the treble clef. Hence we call it the G clef. This is called the F clef because we start drawing it from the F line. All right. So let's try drawing this. You could trace over this as well to practice. Like that. All right. Let's try here. All right. 1, 2. Let's try the other way. And so on. In grade 1, only one ledger line will be used in the bass clef, the one above the stave, all right? So the one above the stave. A note on this line is middle C, all right? So a note, one ledger line above the bass clef is middle C, and a note one ledger line below the treble clef is also middle C, all right? So this is where the staves kind of join up on this note. It's very useful to remember that. It'll help you greatly when you're trying to figure out which note is which. Under each of these notes, write its letter name. Okay, so let's go in and just write the lines and spaces, the names of each note in the lines and spaces. So we'll start with the spaces. A, right? C, E, G. All cows eat grass is the rhyme that I learnt. And the lines are G, B, D, F, A. Good, boys deserve fudge always. So what is this? This note here is on the C space, so that's a C. This is on the line, it's B. This is right up at the top of the stave on the A line, all right, A. This is right at the bottom of the stave on the G line. Okay, this is somewhere in the middle of the stave, and it is in the E space. Last space at the top of the stave, that's G. Okay, by now we know this is middle C, all right? The middle line of the stave is a D. This note sitting on top of the stave in the bass clef is a B. And this note sitting at the bottom, all right, hanging at the bottom, is an F. Second to last line, all right, second to last line, it's also an F, one octave above that one. And then we have an A. Under each of these notes, write its letter name. All right, so now we're going to be changing from bass clef to treble clef to bass clef, treble clef, bass clef. So watch out, make sure that you look at the clef carefully, all right, and then try to remember the names of the notes. So this is in the bass clef, and it is a C, all right? This is in the treble clef, second to last line, D. Bass clef, all right, bass clef, sitting on top of the stave, that's a B. Treble clef, we've got a middle C there, all right? All right, bass clef, also known as the F clef. Why? Because these two dots are surrounding the F line, which makes it easy for us to remember that that line there is F. All right, continuing, we've got a treble clef. Top line of the treble clef is F. Bass clef, the top space here, that's a G. Bass clef, the bottom space here, that's an A. Treble clef, middle line, all right? So this is the line where if you're drawing a note with a stem, it can go either up or down. That's a B. And then a middle C in the bass clef. Exercise 16. Before each of these notes, draw the clef, which will make the letter name correct. Okay, so in which clef is this an E? Treble clef. Which clef would this be an A in? Bass clef. And where would this be an F? Well, it can't be bass clef. We've got the correct answer there, so it's got to be treble. What about this? Where is this a D? treble clef. Where would this be a G? Well, this is a big clue. This is A, and it's the bass clef. And one note below A in the musical alphabet is G. And this is one note below that, so this is the bass clef. Where is this a C? Treble clef. Where is this an F? This is an F in the F clef, or in the bass clef, alright? This is a B in the bass clef. We've got another bass clef note here. That would be a G in the bass clef. Here we have a C. If that is C, that means it's middle C. And that would be our treble clef. Alright, where is this an A? Bass clef. Where is this a G? Treble clef. Where is this a D? Treble clef. This is C. It's got a ledger line. Alright, so this is a middle C. We've got a middle C here. Alright, which is our treble clef. This is our bass clef, middle C. B, sitting on top of the stave, also in the bass clef. Alright, final line, G. Where is this a G? In the G clef. Alright, treble clef. And then one step above that G, we get A in the treble clef. Okay, middle line, D. That's bass clef. Hanging below the stave, F. That's the bass clef. And then in the very top space of the stave, an E, that is the treble clef. Okay, section F, exercise 17. We are looking at some more time values here. What is this note called? All right, so look, it's got two tails. All right, two tails. This is a semi-quaver. That's a semi-quaver. Complete the following sentences by adding the right number on each of the dotted lines. So a quaver lasts as long as, how many semiquavers? 2. You can fit 2 semiquavers into a quaver. A crotchet lasts as long as, how many semiquavers? Well, if we can fit 2 semiquavers into one quaver, and we can fit 2 quavers into one crotchet, that means that we can fit 4 semiquavers into a crotchet. A minim lasts as long as, so we're doubling it now, 8 semiquavers can fit into a minim. And how many semiquavers can you fit into our whole note? All right, 16. And that's why another word for this is a 16th note. All right. So it pays to know both names for these notes, because 16th note makes a lot of logical sense when you want to fit it into a semibreve. All right, exercise 18. Add one note at each of the places marked with a star to make the bar complete, and we are now looking at semiquavers, all right? So we're in the time signature of 3, 4. We are counting 3 crotchets in each bar. How many crotchets is this worth? Well, 2, and it's going to be carrying over from beat 1 to beat 2. If this is taking up the first 2 crotchet beats of this bar, that means that this quaver is sounding on the third beat of the bar, all right? But then to make up a crotchet, we need another quaver to add onto this. But what we've got here is a semiquaver, all right? This is really only half of a quaver. We need another semiquaver here to complete this bar. Okay, 4/4 is the time signature for this example. So we are counting 4 crotchet beats. This is worth 2 crotchet beats, so it's on beats 1 and 2. And then we have a semiquaver, all right? This is going to be sounding on the third beat of the bar. And now we have our missing note. So we need to make up notes to the value of a crotchet to fill up our third beat of the bar here. So we've got semiquaver, mystery note, semiquaver, quaver. We need 2 quavers to make up this third beat. We've got one here, all right? We've got a semiquaver here and a semiquaver here. So what we actually need is a quaver in this section over here. Now, if we work backwards, all right, let's work backwards until we get 1 crotchet's worth of notes. So a semiquaver and a semiquaver. So this quaver is on our 4th beat of the bar, all right? That means do these notes here add up to a quaver? Well, add up to a crotchet, I beg your pardon. Do these notes here add up to a crotchet? Well, yes, they do, because we've got a quaver, and then half a quaver, half a quaver. So that makes 2 quavers, and 2 quavers makes a crotchet. So our missing note was a quaver. All right, this question here is in the time signature of 2/4. So we're counting 2 crotchet beats in every bar. Let's work backwards again. Our final note in this bar is a crotchet. So this is one of our 2 crotchets, and it's the last one. So it's going to be on beat number 2. So we need to make up a crotchet with what we've got here and add the missing note. We've got 2 semiquavers, all right? So they are equal to a quaver, all right? And that's on beat number 1. So these are equal to a quaver, so we just need another quaver to add up to a crotchet. And final example here, we're in 3/4, and our missing note is way over here at the end of the bar. So we're counting crotchets. We need to count 3 crotchets. So let's start with our first beat. That's a quaver, all right? So we need to make up another quaver to complete our first beat, and we've got it here with these 2, all right? So this is our second half of the first beat, which means that note over there, that crotchet, is our second beat of the bar. And because it's a crotchet, this is our entire second beat, which means that whatever comes after it is going to sound on the third beat of the bar. So now we can start working from this note. All right, this is on the third beat of the bar. We've got semiquaver, 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 and we need another semiquaver. Why? Because 4 semiquavers, all right, last as long as a crotchet. Notes with tails are often joined or beamed together. For example, 2 quavers may be written like this, with the beam here joining them together. Or quaver, semiquaver, semiquaver as this. And semiquaver, quaver, semiquaver as this, all right? So let's rewrite the following, joining up the quavers and semiquavers. So they want us to look at this example and then rewrite it down here. So let's use this as an opportunity to practice writing our clefs and our time signatures as well, and our bar lines. So let's go in, put our treble clef here, put our time signature there, and now we've got 2 quavers. which can be joined up like that. All right, so let's go. That's an E. That's an F. We draw our stems going up, and then we beam them together like that. That crotchet on the G line, all right, with the stem going up on the right-hand side, a bar line, and then a minim. That's an F with a double bar line at the end over there. Okay, example B, we've got our bass clef, and then another 2/4 time signature. All right, now we've got this G, it's a crotchet to the top of the stave, so the stem is going to be on the left-hand side going down. And now we've got quaver, semiquaver, semiquaver. So we've got this example here. So let's just copy that with the note heads in the right place. All right, let's do the note heads first. So A, B, C. All right, and let's do our stems. And then that. It's not very neat, but it's correct. Okay, and then our bar line, and then a minim on F with the stem going down on the left-hand side, and our double bar line at the end. Example C. All right, we are in the bass clef with our 2 dots surrounding the F line. Our time signature is 4/4, so that means 4 crotchets in the bar. We've got a minim on the note of G there with the stem going down on the left-hand side. And now this example, semiquaver, quaver, semiquaver, it looks like that. All right, so let's redraw that with the note heads on E, F, G. We'll do our stems, join them up, and then we'll add those 2 little dashes on either side because those are our semiquavers. Then we have a crotchet on A, bar line, and a semi-breve on G with a double bar line at the end. Example D. All right, we're in the treble clef. We're in the time signature of 3/4. And we've got a crotchet on A, and then a crotchet on C. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 semiquavers. All right, and we can beam all of these together. So the reason that we do this is to make the music readable. And we want to group the notes together as much as possible in their beats. All right. So there's 1. See if I can do this. Whoa, there we go. 2. So we've got 2 beams there because there are 2 tails on each of these notes. Bar line, crotchet on C, and minim on A. The stems are on the correct side and they're going the correct direction. So yeah, let's just look at this and talk about the grouping of the notes, because this is something that we need to think about. This note here is on the first beat of the bar. It's taking up the first beat of the bar. There's nothing else going on. It's not joined to any other notes. It's not going to be joined to this note, this crotchet here. All right, this is on the second beat of the bar. There's nothing else going on. They're separated. All right. When we get to these 4 semiquavers on the third beat of the bar, they're all joined together. They all fit into this beat. If they weren't joined together, we might accidentally think that they were on a different beat of the bar. And if we were sight reading something, it would make it harder to read. So we want to keep the notes grouped together on their beats as much as possible. All right, example E. We've got a bass clef. We're in a 4/4 time signature, and we start with an E minim. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 quavers, okay? 4 quavers. This group of 2 quavers here, okay, they are on the 3rd beat of the bar. This minim is on beat 1, 2, alright? So 1, 2. This is on the 3rd beat of the bar, okay? Which of these notes sounds on the 4th beat of the bar? Okay, it's this one. That note over there. So we're not going to join all of these together. We're just going to join these 2 and these 2. Like this. Then our F. Sorry, our A, I beg your pardon, because we're in the bass clef, and a C. So now we know that this note is on the and of 3, and the note after it is on the 4th beat. If they were joined up, it actually might be a bit harder to read. So this is just best practices when we're writing music. Because why do we write music? Well, so people can play it, right? And we want to make it as easy as possible for them to read what we've written. Okay, the final example here, we have a treble clef. We're in 3/4. And we start on the 1st beat of the bar with a quaver up here in the space, the note E. And then a note after it, also a quaver, so we're going to join these 2 up. All right. Then we have a crotchet on C. And now we have an example here, which we've seen before, all right, which is a quaver and 2 semiquavers. We can join all of them up. These notes make up one crotchet. They are on the 3rd beat of the bar. So we want to group them together to make it easy to read. And then an A minim and a G crotchet. Stems going up, double bar line. Nice. Let's move on. Okay, section G, rests. So what does it say here? The semi-breve rest hangs below a line, normally the 4th line if there is only one melody on the stave. There it is, hanging. The minim rest sits on a line, normally the 3rd. There it is, sitting on that line. A crotchet rest may be drawn in 2 ways, like that or like that. The first is a little harder to draw, but try to use it. It is used in printed music and even in manuscript music. Most composers now write the rest this way. It is drawn this way, a sideways Z on top joined by a sloping C. So you can just practice that like that. All right, that's not a great one. So let's practice our crotchet rests over here. Let's see if I can do this. There we go, that looks all right. That's not a good one. That's terrible. We're getting better. And so on, so forth. Normally the crotchet rest is placed in the middle of the stave, and so are the quaver and semiquaver rests. So just like that, nicely in the middle of the stave, easy to read. Not too far up, not too far down. Exercise 20. Add one rest at each of the places marked with a star, so as to make the bars complete. Remember that a completely silent bar will always take one of these rests, and not only in 4/4, but also in 3/4 and 2/4. So this can be used to fill up an entire bar with silence. What have we got here? We've got a 4/4 time signature. All right, beat number 1 is a crotchet. Beat number 2 is a crotchet. So we've used 2 of the 4 beats, and now we have 2 missing beats here, so we want to add one of these, all right, sitting on that line. That is 2 beats rest. What about this? That's beat 1, that's beat 2, that's something, and then we have this here. This crotchet is on the 4th beat. So the 3rd beat, what can we write there? Well, it's a crotchet rest. Okie dokie. Beat number 1, crotchet. So whatever comes after it is going to be on beat number 2. But what have we got here? All right, we've got a quaver. And then we have a crotchet and a crotchet. And these are each worth 1 beat. So if we work backwards, this crotchet is on the 4th beat of the bar, which means this crotchet is on the 3rd beat of the bar. This quaver is not on a downbeat. This is on an upbeat. This is on the and of 2. So we need another quaver, all right, to make up this 2nd beat of the bar. So we're going to put a quaver rest into this space here. And here we've got a minim on beats 1 and 2 because it's worth 2 crotchet beats. So we need to fill up beats 3 and 4 with another 2 beat rest sitting on the line like that. All right, example B. We're in the time signature of 3/4. This bar is complete. This bar is not. We have got the 1st beat of the bar here with this note, and it's minim. It's worth 2 beats. So we'll just write beat number 2 here as our placeholder, which means that this quaver is sounding on the 3rd beat of the bar, but it's only worth half a beat, so we need another quaver to fill in the space. So you have to fill in the entire bar with notes or rests. You cannot leave spaces when you're writing music. This is a completely empty bar. We know we can use one of these to fill up an entire bar, so this is hanging from that line over there. All right, what's going on with this bar over here? We're in 3/4, and we've got a minim. This minim sounds on beat 1 and carries over to beat 2, which means this quaver is sounding on beat 3. Now, to make up the rest of this beat, we need another quaver, but we've got a semiquaver here, right at the end of the bar. So we're missing a semiquaver, either a semiquaver note or a semiquaver rest, just like that. Example C, we're in the time signature of 2/4, which means there are 2 crotchet beats in this bar. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 semiquavers, okay? So this semiquaver here, and notice how they're grouped. They're grouped, all right, to make it readable in the beat that they are sounding on. So this is the 2nd beat of the bar, and this is going to be the 1st beat of the bar. And we're trying to make up values to crotchets here. So what do we need to add to these 3 semiquavers to make a crotchet? Another semiquaver. Okay, we have got 3 quavers in this bar, and we're missing something. And we're in 2/4. What do 2 quavers equal? They equal a crotchet. So these 2 quavers here are taking up the 2nd beat of the bar. So this is going to be on beat number 2. This is going to be on beat number 1, and it's going to be a quaver rest. And then in the last bit of this example, we've got a crotchet on beat 1, and then something that needs to rest on beat 2, and that's going to be another crotchet rest. All right, 4/4 is our time signature for this example. We've got a completely empty bar here. We need to add 1 rest in, so it's going to be hanging like that. Now we have an empty space right at the beginning of the bar. Beats 1 and 2. are silent. Beats 3 and 4 have crotchets. So this is going to be like a minim rest, sitting on the line there. Alright, this bar is missing something right at the end, so let's start at the beginning and start counting beats. So crotchet beat number 1, crotchet beat number 2, crotchet beat number 3, and then this here is beat number 4, but we have a quaver after it, which is on the and of 4 in the upbeat. And we know that we need 2 quavers to make a crotchet, so that is a quaver rest. And the final bar, beat number 1, is a crotchet, which means whatever comes after it is going to be sounding on beat number 2. It's a quaver. That's only half of a beat, which means that quaver is part of beat number 2. It's the upbeat there. So this is beat number 3, this crotchet here. So on beat number 4, we need a crotchet rest. Okay, section H, ties. A tie can look like this or like this. Joins notes which sound the same. It turns them into one sound. For example, these 2 crotchets tied together sounds like a minim. Any number of notes can be joined in this way, but they must be the same notes and they must be next to each other. The tie goes from the head of the first note to the head of the next note on the outside. Right, so there's some examples of not very well written ones and very well written ones. Let's go down to exercise 21. And we'll leave this at the top as a reference. Add ties wherever possible to the following. Underneath each, write the total number of crotchet beats made by the tie, as shown in the first example. All right, so this here is a crotchet plus a quaver. All right, and we're in 2/4, so this is 1.5 beats. Let's go into this example and see if we can find some notes next to each other that are the same. So this here is a G. This is an F. They are not the same note. This is an E. And this is an E. So these are the same note. So we're going to tie them together. All right. Just like that. And how many beats does that make? Well, a minim is 2 crotchet beats plus 1 crotchet beat is 3 beats. Example B. Right, we're in the time signature of 3/4. And what is this note? That's an A, because we're in the treble clef. And then we have an A here. So these are the same, so we can tie them. All right, tie them together. And what kind of note is that? It's a minim, which is worth 2 crotchets. And this is a quaver, which is worth half. So that's 2.5 beats. Okay, example E. We've got treble clef. We're in the time signature of 3/4. And let's write the note names in. So that's a C. That's a B. That's another C. We can't tie these 2 together, all right, because they're not next to each other. There's a note that is different in the middle. That's a D. That's an E. That's also an E, so we can tie these 2 together. All right. Is there anything else in here that we can tie? No, we can't tie any of these. So what is that? That's a crotchet plus a minim. So that's 3 beats. Example C. We're in the bass clef. We're in 2/4. What is this note in the bass clef? That's a G. And then this next note here, that's also a G, so we can tie these 2 together. All right, so what kind of note is that? That is a crotchet, which is worth 1 beat, all right? And that is a semiquaver, which is worth 1/4 of a beat. So together, these are 1.25 beats. All right, final example. We're in the bass clef. We're in 4/4 time signature. And this note is C. This note is G, and then we've got a middle C here, followed by a middle C here, followed by a middle C there. So now we have 3 notes that we need to tie together. All right, 3 notes. We can tie that there and that there. How many beats is this worth? Well, a minim is 2, a semibreve is 4, and a crotchet is 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 beats. We are holding this C for 7 beats. All right, section I, dots. A dot after a note makes it half as long again. So it adds half of the note's value to it. All right, so what is a minim worth? It's worth 2 crotchets, okay? It's worth 2 of these. If we add a dot to it, all right, we add this little dot here, that adds half of the note's value to it. So we hold it for this note plus half of its value. And what is half of a minim? Well, it's 1 crotchet. So this note is going to be 3 crotchets long. All right, so you've got to know what half of a note's value is to be able to figure out what's going on. Complete the following sentences by adding the right number on each of the dotted lines. Well, we've just done this one now up here. A dotted minim lasts 3 crotchets. A dotted minim lasts how many quavers? Right, well, how many quavers can you fit into 1 crotchet? You can fit 2 quavers into 1 crotchet, right? 2. How many is that? 6. All right, so this dotted minim is worth 6 quavers. All right, a dotted crotchet lasts as long as how many quavers? So we've got our crotchet there. A crotchet is worth 2 quavers, all right, which means 1 quaver is half of a crotchet. So if we've got a dotted crotchet, that's going to be 1, 2, 3 quavers. Okay, a dotted crotchet lasts as long as how many crotchets? How many crotchets does a dotted crotchet last? We don't make a dotted crotchet out of crotchets. Okay, so the answer is actually 1.5 crotchets. This is 1.5 of itself. A dotted quaver lasts as long as how many semiquavers? Well, let's write it out. Here's a quaver. All right. How many semiquavers do we fit into a quaver? We fit 2. So if we have a dotted quaver, right, half of a quaver is a semiquaver, so we need to add another semiquaver to that note's value. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3 semiquavers. All right, and a dotted minim lasts as long as how many semiquavers? Right, well, we know that a dotted minim lasts 3 crotchets, okay? We know that 3 crotchets are 6 quavers, all right? How many semiquavers do we fit into a quaver? We fit 2 semiquavers into a quaver, and there are 6 quavers here. So we need to double that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We can fit 12 semiquavers into a dotted minim. The dot must be placed immediately to the right of the note of the rest the right of the note or the rest to which it refers. If the note head is in a space, the dot goes in the same space. If the note head is on a line, the dot normally goes in the space above, all right? You can't put the dot here on the line. You'd never be able to read that. So we just put it right there, just above. Add dots where they are needed to make complete bars. All right, we're in 4/4. That means there are 4 crotchet beats in this bar. All right, this is the final crotchet beat. So it's the 4th one, which means we need to add something to make this worth 1, 2, 3 beats. All right, so we're going to put a dot there to add half of a minim, which is a crotchet. 1, 2, 3, 4 crotchets makes a bar of 4/4. Okay, a bar of 2/4. 2 crotchets. Well, this is on the first beat of the bar, all right? And this is a quaver, all right? And it's the last thing that's happening in the bar, but it's not on the second beat. No, we need to add a dot to this crotchet. Our second beat will be somewhere over there. And this quaver is actually on the and of 2. So in total, if we just write it out, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 quavers now, all right? This quaver is that quaver there, and these 3 quavers are part of this dotted crotchet. Example C, we're in 3/4. That means there are 3 crotchet beats in the bar. So we need to find 3 crotchet beats in this bar. Somehow we need to add a dot somewhere. Well, let's have a look from the end. This is a minim. It's worth 2 crotchet beats, and it's the last note in the bar. So this is possibly going to be beat 2 and 3. We can't add a dot to that because then that would be worth 3 beats. So we have to add a dot to one of these. All right, so what have we got? We've got a semiquaver and a quaver. We need to add a dot to this quaver to make it worth 3 semiquavers. If we add these 3 semiquavers to this 4th semiquaver, we get a complete crotchet beat. So that's 1, 2, 3 crotchet beats in that bar. All right, example D, we have the time signature of 3/4. We don't need to add anything to this bar here because we've got 1, 2, 3 crotchet beats over there. So this is the bar that we're going to need to add our dot. Let's start from the beginning. That's going to be beat number 1. It's a quaver plus this quaver, so that gives us a complete beat over there. All right. Then we have this crotchet over here. This is on the second beat of the bar, and because it's a crotchet, it's a complete beat, so that's fine, which just leaves us with these 2 notes over here. So this will be on the third beat of the bar. We've actually done an example like this over here in C. We know that we need to add a dot to this to make up the 4 semiquavers that add up to a crotchet. All right, let's move to example E. We're in 3/4. We've got a crotchet on beat number 1. Because that's a complete beat, it means the next thing after it is going to be sounding on beat 2. And that's a complete beat, which gives us this quaver on beat number 3. And a quaver plus a quaver is a crotchet. So this bar is fine. This is the bar we need to add a dot to, and we need to add a dot to this note here to give us 1, 2, 3 crotchet beats. Because remember, a minim, all right, a dotted minim is worth 3 crotchet beats, and we're counting in 3/4, which is 3 crotchet beats in the bar. Example F. 2/4 is our time signature. What have we got here? We've got a quaver rest on beat number 1. All right, so what do we need to add to this quaver to make a crotchet? Well, we need to add another quaver to it. All right. After this quaver, we've got a semi-quaver. All right. That's not enough to make a crotchet. We have to actually put a dot on this quaver rest. Now these two things here add up to a single crotchet beat. That's on our second beat of the bar. It's a dotted quaver and a semi-quaver. And now what about this? All right, does this add up to 2 beats in the bar? Well, let's work backwards. This will be on the second beat of the bar. It's a crotchet. And now we've got a quaver, all right, plus a semi-quaver. But that's not enough to give us 1 crotchet beat. We actually need to add a dot to this one as well to give us 1, 2, 3, 4 semi-quavers to add up to our first beat of the bar. Example G, we're in 4/4. We've got a crotchet on beat number 1. This quaver is sounding on beat 2, plus this quaver here gives us a complete beat, which means that is our third beat of the bar. That's a complete beat over there, which means this rest, this quaver rest, is on beat number 4. And this is the and of 4, the second half of that beat. So this bar is complete. Now all we need is to complete this bar. So this crotchet here is on the first beat of the bar. It's the first thing that happens after the bar line. It's on beat number 1, which means whatever comes after it is going to be the second beat of the bar, right? Well, not quite. If we go here and we just give this minim its beats over there, which are beats 3, I beg your pardon, beat 3 and 4. Beat 2 is missing. This set of semi-quavers, all right, is the and of 2. We need to have 2 more semi-quavers to make up a complete crotchet beat, or a quaver. And what can we add to this to get a quaver? Well, we can add a dot to this crotchet, because a dotted crotchet, all right, is worth 1, 2, 3 quavers. So these 2 quavers are the first crotchet beat. This second quaver here, that's where our second beat is. But it's like tying a note over. This note continues through the second beat, and then we end and we play this on the and of 2, and then 3 and 4. So we add our dot to this crotchet. Okay, add the missing bar lines to the following. Exercise 24. Let's go in and count beats. We're in 3/4, and the first beat of this bar is a rest. So we need to count 2 more crotchet beats, 2 and 3, to make up our first bar, and the bar line is there. All right, what about the rest of the example? Well, we just put a bar line after every third crotchet beat. A dotted minim is worth 3, 1, 2, 3 crotchet beats, which means our bar line goes there. And now we have the first beat of the next bar, the second beat of the next bar. This is sounding on the third beat of the next bar, and a dotted quaver plus a semi-quaver is equal to 1 crotchet beat. So our bar line goes there. A dotted minim is worth 3 beats. So our bar line goes there, which gives us this note here on the first beat of the next bar, second beat, third beat, and we've seen this example here in the third bar of this, which gives us a bar line just between those two notes. All right, example B. We're in the time signature of 2/4. This first bar is completed for us, beats 1 and 2, which means this is on beat 1. All right, beat 1 over there. This is a dotted crotchet, okay? A dotted crotchet. So we've added half of its value to this note. So the second beat is going to be somewhere there, let's say. That quaver is the and of 2. It's the upbeat. So our bar line needs to be here, all right? Quaver plus a dotted crotchet equals 2 crotchet beats, and we are in 2/4. So after every second crotchet, we need to add a bar line. Right, what about here? 2 quavers. That gives us our first beat, which means that dotted quaver is sounding on the second beat of the bar. If we add a dotted quaver to a semiquaver, we get 1 complete crotchet. So that's where our bar line goes. All right, example C. Look at this. What does that mean? Common time. So right at the beginning of this book, all right, right at the beginning of the book, we talked about C also being another name for 4/4 time signature, common time. Here's another one down here. Let's put that note down there. All right, let's keep going with example C. The first bar is completed for us, beats 1 and 2, and then beats 3 and 4. Here we have beat number 1 is a crotchet, which means that is beat number 2, which means this is beat number 3. It's a quaver followed by a dotted crotchet, which gives us a total of 2 beats. All right, so we'll put beat 4 somewhere there. And there we go. This dotted crotchet is not sounding on beat number 4. It's actually sounding on the and of 3. Then we've got a minim on beats 1 and 2. Dotted crotchet on beat 3. Beat 4 is going to be somewhere in the middle. If we just put it as a placeholder, this quaver is on the and of 4. So our bar line goes here. And then this bar is complete. We've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, example D. Time signature of 2/4. So after every second crotchet beat, we're going to add our bar line. What does a quaver plus a semiquaver plus a semiquaver equal? 1 crotchet beat, which means that's on our second beat of the bar. 2 quavers make a crotchet. Our bar line goes there. First beat of the next bar, 2 crotchets, 2 quavers. This is the second beat of the bar. It's a quaver rest, plus that quaver note gives us our full second crotchet. That is on the first beat of the bar. This quaver rest is on the second beat of the bar. Quaver plus quaver equals a crotchet. So our bar line goes there. And we don't need to put anything else in because this bar line is completed for us. Okay, example E. We're in 3/4 time signature. So let's go to the first bar line here and start counting beats. 1. It's a dotted crotchet, so it's 1.5 beats long. So we'll put our 2 there just to keep count. That quaver is on the and of 2, which gives us the third beat of the bar on this crotchet here. And then our bar line follows. Beat 1 of the next bar is that crotchet. And we're counting crotchets, which means that's a complete beat. So that's going to be our second beat of the bar here. Our and of 2, the second half of this beat, which means that's the third beat of the bar. A quaver, that's the upbeat there. So our bar line goes there between these two notes. Does this add up to 3 beats? Let's see. That's first beat, all right? And then 1, 2 semiquavers plus a quaver, which is equal to 2 semiquavers itself. So that's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 semiquavers. And we know that 4 semiquavers is a crotchet. So that's our second beat of the bar. And now we have our third beat there. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we already wrote 4/4 for this, which is common time. We've got a rest on the first beat of this bar, crotchet on the second, quavers, quavers. Okay, so this quaver here is sounding on beat number 1, and this is the second half of that. It's a quaver rest plus that quaver note equals 1 complete crotchet beat. So this crotchet is on our second beat of the bar. This crotchet is on the third beat of the bar. And this crotchet is on the fourth beat of the bar. So after every 4 beats, we have to put in our bar line. So that's where our bar line goes. And now we move to the second bar after this, and that's our first beat there. That's our second beat. They're all crotchets. That's our third beat, crotchet rest. That's our fourth beat. This note here is sounding on the fourth beat, with this being the upbeat, which means our bar line goes there. And does this bar add up to 4? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. All right, well, it's the same as that, same rhythm. So yeah. Okay, example G. We're in 4/4, and here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 beats and bar line. Good. With our first beat of the bar, this dotted crotchet, all right, which is of course worth how many quavers? 3 quavers. Let's write them in. Let's write our quavers underneath. 1, 2, 3, and this is our fourth quaver. So this is the fourth quaver we need to make 2 beats. So our second beat is there. It's actually this quaver here, all right? This is the and of 2, which means that there is our third beat of the bar, followed by a dotted crotchet, which is worth 3 quavers, all right? So our bar line is actually going to be here. This dotted crotchet is sounding on the and of 3, all right? The fourth beat is over here. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And if we were working backwards, we could just see that this semibreve here, all on its own, needs a bar line just in front of it. 3 more to go. Example H. We're in the 3/4 time signature. We've got our bar line written for us. So let's start counting beats. This is beat number 1. It's a quaver, plus these 2 semiquavers gives us a complete crotchet, which means that over there is going to be sounding on our second beat of the bar, and it is itself a crotchet, which means that is our third beat of the bar, and we've already done this over here in the first beat. Quaver plus semiquaver gives us the final beat of that bar and the place where our bar line needs to go. 4 semiquavers equal 1 beat. All right. Then we have our second and third beats taken care of by this minim. So this bar line needs to go here. We've got our tied note crossing the bar line over there. First beat of the bar is the first of these 4 semiquavers. Second beat of the bar is the first of this grouping of 4 semiquavers, and the third beat is this crotchet, and they've already put the bar line in there, so we didn't need to go in and do this, but it's good to check just in case you were wrong about a bar line somewhere along the way. Okay, let's move down to semitones and tones now. Exercise 28. Draw this bracket as in the first example above, any 2 notes making a semitone. Now, what is a semitone? A semitone is the shortest distance between 2 notes. All right? So we want to have a look at these 2 notes over here in the treble clef and ask ourselves the question, can we fit another note in between these 2 notes that is not the same as either of these notes? So this is a D. All right? Perhaps I should write the note names underneath so we can fit our bracket on top. This is a D, and this is a C. Now, if you're a pianist, it might be a little bit easier for you because you can visualize the piano keyboard in your head, in your mind, and you can work out whether there's a note between these 2. But if you're not a pianist, then this is just something you're going to have to be able to do. Is there a note we can fit? Yes, we can fit C sharp, okay, between D and C. So this is not a semitone, all right? This is a tone. What about G to A? All right? What about G to A? Can we fit a note between G and A? Yes, we can. We can fit G sharp or A flat, depending on what you need to call it. These are enharmonic equivalents, all right? G sharp and A flat are the same note, but we can fit a G sharp or an A flat between these 2 notes. So that is not a semitone. Okay, what about F sharp to G? Is there a note that we can fit between these 2 here? No, there is not. These are, in fact, a semitone. You might be thinking, what about G flat, all right? Well, no, you can't, because G flat and F sharp are actually the same note. It's just a different name for the same note. All right, so this is a semitone. Now we have C sharp to D sharp, all right? Is there a note that we can fit between these 2 notes here? Yes, we can fit the note of D in between them. So that is not a semitone. All right, now we're in the bass clef, and we've got a D to a C. And we've already done this example up here in a different clef. We know we can fit a C sharp between these 2. So that is a tone, it is not a semitone. Okay, B flat to A. Is there a note that we can fit between these 2 that is not the same as either of them? No. A sharp, you might be thinking? A sharp, all right? No, A sharp is just another way of saying B flat, which means those 2 are a semitone apart. All right, now we've got G to G sharp. All right, so this is an easy one, because this note here is a semitone above G. It's been moved up a semitone, sharpened, so they are in fact a semitone apart. Next example is G to A flat. All right, G to A flat. Is there a note that we can fit between G and A flat? Well, look up here, all right? We did speak about G and A flat and G sharp. We know that A flat is just the same as G sharp, all right? N-harmonic equivalent. There's no note we can fit between these two, so these are in fact a semitone apart. And last but not least, we have C to B. Are these two notes a semitone apart? Yes. They are a semitone apart. C flat, all right, C flat is just the same as B, all right? B sharp, it's the same notes as C. They're N-harmonic equivalents. So there's no note that fits in between these two, which means they are a semitone apart. Okay, exercise 29. Add an accidental, if needed, to the second note in each of these pairs to make it a semitone above the first. Put a tick underneath if no accidental is needed. So we need to add an accidental to the second note to make the second note a semitone higher than the first one. So how do we raise a D up a semitone? Well, we make it a D sharp, all right? So we need to add a sharp sign to move this D up, right? Up a semitone. What about this note over here? This is a B flat, okay? Followed by a note on the same line. Now this is a little bit of a trick, all right? You actually need to add a natural sign to this, all right? To get it to move up from a B flat up to a B natural, because a B flat is one semitone lower than a B natural. When you have an accidental in a bar, all the notes after it will also use that accidental that are on the same line or space, unless you write a natural sign. You have to write a natural sign if you want to eliminate that accidental. Right, we've got B going up to a C. All right, so that is correct. We looked at that up here in the example above. Where was it? We had a B going to a C. Oh, we had a C going down to a B, and we already figured out that they were a semitone apart. But now we've got it the other way around, a B going up a semitone to a C, so that's correct. Now we've got D, and this is an E. They are a tone apart, and we want to make sure that this one is only one semitone above that. So right now they're a tone apart, so we need to flatten this note and make it an E flat, okay, in order for it to be one semitone above that D. Okay, in this example we are in the treble clef, and we have the note of E and the note of F. So we should know by now that E and F are a semitone apart. So this is correct. E is one semitone lower than F. We don't need to add any accidentals to this note. Treble clef here, we have an F going up to a G. So that is a tone, all right? That is a tone. And we only want it to be a semitone. So we need to actually lower this note by one semitone to get them to be a semitone apart. Okay, bass clef, we have the note of G going up to an A, which is a tone, which is too great a distance. We need to lower this one, flatten it, make it an A flat, and now that is a semitone higher than that note. And our final example here, we've got a C sharp going up to a D. So we did actually see this example above. These are already a semitone apart from each other. So that is correct. All right, exercise 30. Add an accidental if needed to the second note in each of these pairs to make it a semitone below the first. Put a tick underneath if no accidental is needed. All right, so what have we got here? We've got B and B. We're in the bass clef. We've got a B and a B, and we want this note here to be one semitone below the first. So to make a B a semitone lower, we flatten it. Next example, we have a G going down to an F. All right, so a G going down to an F. Let's just write the notes here. This is a tone, and we only want it to be a semitone. So we actually need to raise this F up by a semitone to get them to be one semitone apart. Now this F sharp is a semitone lower than that G. Next example, treble clef. We have an F, and it's already moving one semitone down to E. We already know that, so that is correct as it is. Now we have an E flat and a D. Is there anything that we can add in the middle of this? No, this is already a semitone. E flat to D is a semitone down, so this is correct. Now we have a C sharp and another C sharp. Remember what we said about accidentals, where you carry the accidental over to a note on the same space or line in the same bar. All right, saves us from having to write the sharp signs and the flat signs over and over and over again. So to get this note down a semitone to a C natural, we have to add a natural sign there, right? So let's erase that sharp and just leave it as a C. Next example, we're in the bass clef. We have the note of C, moving a semitone down to a B. All right, so that there is correct. We don't need to add anything to it. What about this? F sharp. And then an E. This is a tricky one here, all right? This is a tone apart, these two notes. We actually have to move this up and make it an E sharp for it to be a semitone lower than that F sharp. Our final example, treble clef, we have an A followed by another A. We want to make this A a semitone lower than that A, so we flatten it. We turn it into an A flat, and now we're moving down a semitone. So let's talk a bit about accidentals. What is this sign called? It's called a sharp sign. And how does it affect the note which it follows, or which follows it? All right, raises it. One semitone. Then we have this sign. It's called a flat sign. Okay. And how does it affect the note? It lowers it a semitone. And finally, the last one is this, and it's called a natural sign. And how does it affect the note which follows? Well, it cancels, all right? excuse my terrible handwriting, it cancels sharps or flats. Cancels out sharps and flats. Look closely to see how these three signs are formed, and note how they are placed on a line or in a space. Okay, so you can practice drawing these on a piece of manuscript paper, just like that. Let's do this example and draw some sharp signs in front of these notes. So let's turn this F into an F sharp. Right, F sharp. C becomes C sharp. And this F here becomes an F sharp. All right, what about this? F sharp. C becomes C sharp. These are all in the spaces and in the lines, rather, I beg your pardon. And this F sharp here with that sign. Let's draw flat in front of these notes. So we're going to turn this B into a B flat. All right. This B becomes a B flat, and this B becomes a B flat. And now we're just going to practice drawing our natural signs. So let's draw an F natural, a C natural, a B natural, and another F natural. All right, F natural, B natural, C natural, F natural, and a B natural. The signs for sharps, flats, and naturals are called accidentals. So here we are, exercise 27. Give the name of each of the notes marked with a number. The letter name alone is enough if there is no accidental, for example, C. If there is an accidental, it must be shown, for example, F sharp. As examples, the first two answers are given. That's a G sharp, and that's a G. You don't need to write natural, you just put G. What's this one here? Well, that's a B flat. Pay careful attention to the clef that we're in, all right? So that is a B flat. What's that one? That's a B natural, so we just call it a B, all right? This one here, that's also a B. And that there, that's an A. We can go back up to the page that we skipped out and just fill in the rest of this example. There it is. What's that there? That's an A? No, it's not an A. We are now in the bass clef. Watch out. That's a C. Okay. We've got a B flat up there, top of the stave, B flat. All right, that is in the C space, but it is a sharp. So it is a C sharp. All right, what is note number 4 here? That's a C, natural. That there, that's a B. And 6, what is 6? That's a G. Cool. What about this note here? We're in the treble clef, for example, C. So that's an F. And then we have an F sharp, a D, middle line, B flat. It's got a flat sign before it. Middle line B, this is a B natural, it is not a flat, and then an F. Okay, let's have a look at section L. The scales and key signatures of C, G, D, and F major. Exercise 31. In this scale of C major, 2 notes a semitone apart are marked by this bracket. Mark the other 2 notes which are a semitone apart in the same way. Right, so we've got to put this bracket over the 2 notes that are a semitone apart. So we've just looked at the section about accidentals. So let's go in and use that information that we've got and apply it to the notes that are in this scale. So we're just going to write the names of the notes underneath. We've got C, D, E, F, G. This is an ascending C major scale. A, B, and C. All right, so E and F, we know, are a semitone apart. Is there a note that we can fit in between them? No, because an F flat is the same note as an E, and an E sharp is the same note as an F. C to D. Right, let's have a look and see if they are a semitone apart. Can we fit a note between them that is not the same? Yes, we can fit a C sharp in between these two. So they're a tone apart. D to F, I beg your pardon, D to E. Yes, we could fit an E flat between those two, so they are not a semitone apart. F to G. Can we fit a note between? Yes, we could put an F sharp between those two. G to A. Yep, we could put a G sharp. So G to A, they are a tone. A to B. All right. Yeah, we could put a B flat in between those two. So this means this must be our semitone. All right. And let's check. B sharp. Well, B sharp is just another way of writing C. And C flat is just another way of writing B. They're enharmonic equivalents. So here is your semitone. Okay, exercise 32. They're going to ask us to do the same thing here. Add accidentals before any notes that need that need them to make the scales named below. Then add brackets above each pair of notes, making a semitone. Ah, okay, so we've got to bring this scale into the key of G major, and then we also have to add the brackets. There is actually something we can use here to our advantage, and that is if we remember the tone and semitone pattern for a major scale, an ascending major scale. So the pattern is tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone. And if the notes follow this pattern, you will get a major scale. So let's see, let's write tone underneath here, tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone. Let's see if we're right and if we can make this scale fit that pattern. We're in G major. What's the key signature for G major? All right, it's 1 sharp. It's an F sharp. Why don't we write the key signature in there? We'll put the accidentals in when we get to F over there as well. G is our first note. It moves to A. So G to A. Are these two notes a tone apart? Yes, they are. All right, so we got that. A to B. All right, that's a B. Is A and B a tone apart? Yeah, they are. All right, B to C. Right, now B to C. Is that a semitone? Well, just like up here, all right, in that example, we discovered that these two were a semitone apart, and they were also a B and a C. So these two here are a semitone, and that fits in with our pattern. Next two notes, C to D. All right, from C to D. Are they a tone apart? Yes, they are. Next two notes, D to E. They are also a tone apart. E to F. Hang on a second. This should be an F sharp. All right? That should be an F sharp. We've written our key signature here. So E to F sharp is in fact a tone. If it was F natural, then it would be a semitone. But it needs to be a tone to fit our major scale tone and semitone, the order of the tones and semitones here. So that means that this interval here needs to be a semitone. And is it? Well, we've got F sharp to a G. All right. Is there any note we can put between these two that is higher than an F sharp and lower than a G? No, there isn't. G flat? What about G flat? All right. What about that note? G flat? No. That's just another way of writing F sharp. It's an n-harmonic equivalent of F sharp. All right, so we've got our semitones there from B to C and F sharp to G. All right, our next example is an F major descending scale, right? Descending. We're in the bass clef, and our first note is an F. Let's write the note names above the top here. Why don't we write our key signature in for F major, which is 1 flat, it's a B flat. And let's go down and write our note names out. So F, E, D, C, B flat, right? B flat, there it is in the key signature. We'll put the accidental before it. A, G, F. So let's now go in and write our tones and semitones underneath here and see if they're correct. But there's one thing to remember. This is a descending scale, all right? So now we're going backwards, all right? We're going down. We're going down from right to left, all right? On the way up, we'd read that way. On the way down, we'd read this way. So now we need semitone, all right? Tone. Oh, that's not the letter T. Let's write the correct letter there. Tone, 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 semitone, tone, tone. Okay, so let's just go straight to our semitone places here and see if they're correct. F to E. Is there a note that we can fit in between these two notes that isn't the same as either one of those? No, there isn't. F flat wouldn't work because F flat is just another way of writing E. E sharp, and E sharp would sound like an F. So we've got our first semitone here. Now we go down to the B flat to the A. All right, is the B flat to the A a semitone? Yes, it is. All right, A sharp, well, that would just be the same sound as a B flat. All right, next example is D major ascending. Let's put our key signature in here. How many sharps are there in a D major? There are 2, F sharp and C sharp. And we start on the note of D, E, F sharp. Let's write our accidental in here. G, A, B, C sharp with the accidental in the front. And then we end on D, our tonic. Okay, so tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone. Let's see. D to E, that's a tone. E to F sharp, that is a tone. F sharp to G, we found our first semitone. G to A, that's a tone. A to B, that is a tone. B to C sharp, that is a tone. C sharp to D, that is our semitone. In an ascending major scale, the 7th note leading back to the tonic is always a semitone. That's why we call the 7th degree of the scale the leading note. So that's also another useful thing to remember. The leading note is always a semitone away from the tonic. All right, let's move to the next example here. F major, descending in the treble clef. What's our key signature for F major? It's 1 flat, it's a B flat, and our notes in this scale are F, E, D, C, B flat. Let's put the flat sign before it because that's what they're asking us to do in this question. A, G, F. So we're starting on our F, but we're descending, all right? So we're actually moving to our leading tone, all right? So this is the 7th degree of the scale here. And what do we know about that? We know that they're always a semitone apart. So we're going to find our first semitone here. E to D, that's a tone. D to C, also a tone. C to B flat, that's a tone. Why? Because we could fit a B between these two, all right? A B natural. And a B natural is 1 semitone above B flat, which is a semitone below C. B flat to A, can we fit anything in there? A sharp, maybe? No. There's our second semitone. Remember, A sharp is just an enharmonic equivalent of B flat. They sound the same. A to G is a tone. We finished this example, but we're going to keep going anyway. G to F, also a tone. Okay, and now our final example, G major ascending in the bass clef. What is the key signature for G major? All right, we've done it up here, right? It's 1 flat. Beg your pardon. It's 1 sharp. So let's write our F sharp here on the F line in the F clef. And we will write our note names underneath. First note is G in the G major ascending scale. A, B, C, D, E, F, sharp. Put the sharp sign before it. And then G. So it's an ascending scale. We've got our 7th degree here, all right? The 7th is going to be our leading note back to the tonic. And in a major scale is always a semitone. So we'll put our bracket above those two notes. Where is our semitone? Where is our second semitone in this scale? It's B to C. All right. Cool. Let's move down to exercise 33. Name the major keys which have the following key signatures. Well, we've already kind of done this above here, but let's put the names in here. What key signature has 1 sharp? All right, and this is a treble clef, so this is an F sharp, all right? Which key signature has 1 sharp in it? G major. G major has 1 sharp. What key signature has 1 flat in it? All right, and this is a B flat because we're in the bass clef. It's F major. Which key signature, which major key, has no sharps and no flats? It is C major. Which key has 2 sharps in it? 2 sharps. F sharp and C sharp. It's D major. Now there's a cool trick you can use when you are trying to... Now here's a good tip for remembering or figuring out what key you're in by looking at the key signature. If it's a sharp key, all right, you look at the last sharp in the key signature and you go up one semitone. And that semitone, that note that you go up to, will be the tonic of your new key. So what's a semitone away from C sharp, right? C sharp, semitone away is D, all right? D major. With a flat key, we don't have a very good example here, but with a flat key, what you do is you look at the second to last flat. And that second to last flat in the key signature is your tonic note. So it doesn't work very well with F major because it's just got one flat and it's a B flat. But if you have, let's write out here, let's write an E flat major key signature, we see that B flat, E flat, A flat. The flats and sharps always follow the same pattern for the key signatures, and this would be E flat major, the second to last flat in the key is going to tell you the name, the note name of the tonic. All right, let's move on here. This is no sharps, no flats, so it is C major. So our next example here is two sharps. It's treble clef, and it's an F sharp and a C sharp. And we've had this example here, but written in the bass clef. This is D major. One sharp for this example, it's an F sharp. We had it here as well. It's G major. And now one flat is F major. Okay, exercise 34. Add the clefs and key signatures needed to make the scales named. Remember that the key signature comes after the clef, but before the time signature. Okay, so we want to write clef and key signature to bring this melody into the key of F major. F major has one flat, and that flat is a B flat, all right? This looks like an ascending F major scale. What have we got here? F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. Great. Well, that would be an F major scale if this was a B flat. So we need to put a B flat in our key signature, but where do we put that? All right. In which clef is this an F? All right. It is F in the treble clef with our B flat in the key signature over there. Okay. C major. Right. 0 sharps, 0 flats. What note is that? Well, if it was the treble clef, it would be an A. And we're not being asked to write an A major scale. We are being asked to write a C major scale. And this is probably a descending C major scale. All right, so if this is a descending C major scale, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, and C, we need to write a clef where these note names are correct, and that would be in the bass clef. So in the bass clef, that is a middle C, that's a B, that's an A, G, so on. All right, next example, D major. It's a descending D major scale. So we're going to assume that this is a D, going down to a C sharp, to a B, and we know our D major scale by now. 2 sharps, all right? F sharp and C sharp, all right? So that's a C sharp, A, G, F sharp, E, and D. Okay, in which clef is this a D? It is the treble clef. Put a treble clef in there. And now we need to write our two sharps in for the key signature, F sharp and C sharp. Final example, G major. So this looks like it's a G major descending scale going down. So let's write the note names out. So if it's a descending G major scale, that'll be a G, F sharp, E, D, C, B, A, G. How do I know that that's an F sharp? Because in the key of G major, we have one sharp, and that sharp is F sharp. It has to be, otherwise it wouldn't be a G major scale. So in which clef is this top space a G? It is the bass clef. And then we put our F sharp in the key signature. Okay, exercise 35. Write the scales named below using the given rhythm and the correct key signatures, but do not use any unnecessary accidentals. So we've got to put in the key signature and then copy out this rhythm with a scale going up. So G major has one sharp, it's an F sharp. We're in the treble clef, so we're going to put it up there. Let's write our time signature there. And we're going to start on G with a minim, A, B. All right, so we're at the B line. Should I make the stem go up or down? You can do either. I'm going to have it go up. Bar line. Our next note is C, and it's going to be this crotchet with the stem coming down now because we've moved up to the second, we've moved up to the top half of the stave. Next note is a D, then an E, then an F sharp, bar line, semi-breve on G, and a double bar line at the end. All right, next question, F major ascending in the bass clef. What is the key signature for F major? One flat, and it is a B flat. Let's put our 3/4 time signature in there, and now let's start with a crotchet on F. So there's an F, stem going up, G, A, and B, and I'm going to write the note heads first. Then I'm going to do my stems, and I'm going to join them together. Bar line, C, D. I'm going to move the stem down on this one, I think. E, bar line, and then F is our dotted minim with a double bar line at the end. All right, last example, C major ascending. Nice, no sharps, no flats, so we don't have to put a key signature in here. We just have to put our 2/4 time signature and start on C with this dotted crotchet. So let's pick this C over here, dotted crotchet. D is our next note. I'm going to have it go down, bar line, E and F, right? Let's make our note heads a little bigger. Stems going down, crotchet on G, bar line, dotted crotchet on the note of A, quaver on B, and now we get to C. We have to write our ledger line in, and then write in our minim, and a double bar line at the end. Let's move to exercise 36. Name the key of each of the following, then write them out again using key signatures instead of accidentals. Okay, so we've got a little melody here. It goes up and then it jumps down. What are the notes of this melody? Let's write them in. We're in the treble clef, so this is an F sharp. So we've got an F sharp, so already a couple of keys come to mind. G major has an F sharp in it, and D major has an F sharp in it. That's a G. That's an A. That's a B. Aha, we have a C sharp. All right, so we are probably in the key of D major. Great, so let's rewrite this not using the accidentals because we're going to put the key signature, all right, in this D major melody. 2 sharps, F sharp, C sharp, 4/4 time signature. Now we don't need to write the accidental here because we've got it in the key signature. G, A, quaver B, quaver C sharp, bar line, minim D and minim A, and a single bar line at the end. All right, exercise 36 continued. Let's do the same thing. What key are we in this extract of Mozart's The Magic Flute? Let's write the names of the notes. We're in the bass clef, and in the bass clef, that is a C, that's an F natural, C, G, C, A. Aha, we have a B flat. That's a clue right there. So what key could we be in? We're probably in the key of F major. So let's copy this out. Bass clef. And our key of F major has 1 flat. All right, it's that B flat there. Time signature is 3/4. And now we just go ahead and copy the notes out. Got an F, got an A with the stem going up, G, we've almost reached our B flat accidental here, so it's the next note after this A, here it is, B flat. Don't need to write the flat sign before it, because that's taken care of by the key signature. An F there, and then an E. Brilliant. All right, what's our next example? You know, we forgot to write our key signature in here. F major, there we go. All right, example C. So just looking at it, let's not write the notes above now. Let's just scan through this piece of music and see if we can find any accidentals. So there's one there, it's an F sharp. Do we have any more? No. Which major key has only 1 sharp in it? G major. So now we write it out again. Key signature, G major is 1 sharp. Our time signature is 3/4. And then we would go and we would write it out. We'd write this bar here. We would write this bar here. We have these bars here. We'd write this bar until we get to this F sharp here. When we write it, we don't put a sharp sign before it because it's taken care of in our key signature of G major. All right, moving on to example D. Once again, we're going to scan through. We're going to have a look and see when we get to an accidental. Right, what note is that? That's a B flat. We're in the treble clef. Okay, so that's a B flat. Which key, which major key has only one B flat in it. F major, all right? So we write our treble clef, we put our B flat here in the key signature, followed by our time signature, and then we write out what we need until we get to this bar with a D going down to a B flat. This B flat doesn't have an accidental in front of it because the key signature is taking care of that. Every note we get to on the B line, unless there is a natural sign before it, is going to be played as a B flat. Okay, example E, we've got an F sharp. All right, an F sharp there. How do we know it's an F sharp? We are in the bass clef, the F clef. If you remember why those two dots are surrounding that line, it's because that is the F line, and that is an F sharp. So let's rewrite our clef, put in our F sharp. Which key is this? Which key only has one sharp in it? G major. And then, of course, we go in and we rewrite until we get to this note, which we just write like that. We don't need to put the accidental before it. And you must definitely write out all of this stuff. I'm skipping over it to save time, but this is very good practice to copy music out and get better and better and neater at writing these notes and these symbols. Take this, for example. This is quite an exercise in copying out, but it would be very, very useful to do. Let's have a quick scan. What accidentals do we have? Just this here, this F sharp. There's nothing else in here that has a sharp sign in front of it. This is our only sharp. It's an F sharp, so we are in the key of G major. Treble clef. Put our key signature in there, one sharp. Put our time signature in there, all right? And then I'll just copy out the first little bit here until we get to the F. So what have we got? A quaver, and then a semiquaver rest, all right? And then that F sharp over there. Ooh, we bar them. And then this semiquaver here, I've drawn that terribly. I'm sure I can do a better job of that. Well, there we go. And so on, so forth. Okay, now we go down to section M, and this section is titled Cancelling an Accidental. We did speak about this a little bit earlier, but here it's fleshed out a bit more. An accidental lasts until the end of the bar. For example, the note marked with a star here is F sharp. So if we were reading this music on our instrument, we would play this D, E, we'd get to this F sharp. We would play it. We'd play this G, and then we'd get to this note over here. Now this is on the same space as this F sharp. It doesn't have a sharp sign before it, but we still play it as an F sharp. Why? Because an accidental lasts until the end of the bar. All right? The accidental lasts until the end of the bar, unless there is a natural sign in front of it. All right? And we're going to talk about that here. To change the note back to F natural, a natural sign, one of those, is added. Similarly, if F sharp is in the key signature. All right, so here we're playing our music. We play a D, we play an E, we play this F sharp over here, we play a G, and now we get to this note and there's a natural sign. So we ignore the rule Alright, we ignore the rule that the accidental lasts until the end of the bar because there's an F natural. There's a natural sign in front of this F. If we have a bar of music here, and this is in the key of G major, alright? This is in the key of G major because it's 1 sharp. And we're playing it D, E, F sharp. That doesn't have a sharp sign in front of it. Why is it an F sharp? It's written in the key signature, okay? So every F that we encounter in this piece of music must be played as an F sharp, except for this one. Why? Because it's got a natural sign written in front of it. So we go on. Notice 2. Note 1 is F sharp. Note 2 is F natural. Note 3, F natural. Note 4, F sharp. The sharp here cancels the earlier natural sign. Alright, so note 1, that's F sharp, alright, because of our key signature. Note number 2 is F natural, alright, F natural because of our natural sign over there. Note 3 is F natural also, okay, F natural. We don't need to write the natural sign there because of this natural sign over here. And then F sharp on note 4, right? We need to put a sharp over here, otherwise we just keep playing F naturals all the way. Okay, let's move to exercise 37. Before each note marked with a star, add the accidental needed to cancel the previous accidental. Alright, so what have we got? We've got an F sharp here in the key signature. We've got an F natural, which is cancelling that. And we want to play this one as an F sharp now. So we write a sharp over there. What about example B? Well, we are in the key of C major, perhaps, here, alright? This D sharp over here, because there's a sharp sign before it, when we get to this note, we would play it as a C sharp, alright? But we don't want to do that. We want to cancel the sharp and play a D natural. Example C, here we have this note over here, which is right now being played as a G sharp. Why are we playing it as a G sharp? Well, because this sharp over here is telling us to play this as a sharp and this as a sharp. They're all Gs, they're all in the same bar. This has set that in motion, that all of these Gs are going to be G sharps. However, we're going to put a natural sign in front of that and cancel that one out. So what about this here? All right, this is a C, some kind of C. In the key signature, we should be playing C sharp, but this natural sign has cancelled our key signature out. And we want to play this as a C sharp now, so we have to write a sharp sign in front of it. Okay, example D. What is this note here? All right, this is an E. All right, but actually right now it's an E flat. Why? Because this E flat here carries over to all other E notes in the bar. But we don't want to play an E flat, we want to play an E natural, all right? An E natural. Now in this bar here, we have the note with the star above it is a B, all right? Even though in the key signature is telling us to play all Bs as B flats, but right now we're not going to do that because this natural sign, all right, this natural sign is telling us that in this bar, all other Bs are B naturals. Well, no, we're being asked to cancel this out by putting a flat sign in front of it. Exercise 38. Give the name of each of the notes marked with a number. Okay, so we want the name of the notes marked with a number. The letter name alone is enough if there is no accidental, but keep in mind the key signature. All right, so watch out for key signatures and any accidentals which may have been added earlier, all right, in the bar, earlier in the bar. Remember too that an accidental only affects later notes in the bar when they are on the same line. On the same line or in the same space. So octaves apart are not affected by this rule. Only notes on the same line or same space. Okay, give the name of note number 1. What is that note? We're in the bass clef, and that is a C. Okay, that is a C. This note here in the bass clef is a B flat because of our key signature. It's a B flat. Okay, what about note number 3 over here? Is there anything else in this bar that's changing it to a different note? Yes, this B natural is on the same line, so we play that as just an ordinary B. Note number 4. Note number 4 is a G. And note number 5, well, that's on the B line, but it's not affected by this natural because it's in a different bar, okay? This bar line is stopping it from being affected by that, so we defer to the key signature. That's a B flat. And note number 6, that's an F. Question B, what's our key signature here? 2 flats, 2 sharps, D major, all right? D major. So note number 1 is a D, all right? It's not being affected by the key signature. We're in the treble clef. Note number 2, what is that? That's a G sharp. Note number 3. Okay, here we have this same line, same space rule. This is also a G, all right? This note. Just like this. This is a G, this is a G 1 octave above. But this G is a G natural, right? It is not a G sharp. Even though we have a sharp sign before this G here, it's not affected because it is not on the same line. It is an octave above. Note 4, that's an F sharp. Our key signature is telling us that that is an F sharp. Note number 5, that's a C natural, so just a C, all right? If that natural sign was not there, it would have to be played as a C sharp because of our key signature. And note number 6, what is that note? Well, that's on the C space. And what do we have before it? A C sharp. And before that, we have a C natural. Well, this natural here is being cancelled out by this sharp sign over here. So this is a C sharp. Okay. Section N. Degrees of the scale and intervals. Exercise 39. In each of the following the first degree of the scale, the key tone, is in brackets. After it, write the note whose degree is given below, as shown in the first example. Okie dokie. What key are we in this bar? We're in G major. Okay, G major. This is the key tone. So all of the notes in the brackets are going to be the first degree of the scale, the tonic or the key tone, whatever you want to call it. This should be 4 steps above it in the scale. Let's see if that's true. So 1, 2, 3, 4. G, A, B, C. So that's correct. And I'm just counting line, space, 1 step up each time. Here we have another example in G major. And they want us to write the second degree of the scale. The second degree of the scale. What's the second degree of a G major scale? Let's write a G major scale out here and figure it out. G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. All right? So those notes in the scale are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So from G to A is a second. So our answer is A. All right, we're in the key signature of C major. C major. There's our C in the bass clef, and we now have to write a third above it. So we could write our scale out, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, or we could just count 3 steps up, 1, 2, 3, and we get to an E, all right, an E, that's a C. Let's write all the names of the notes out here. Next question, 1 flat in our key signature. 1 flat is F major. There's our F, and now we have to write a 4th up. So if we count up the scale, F, G, A, B flat. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we put our B flat there. And now we move on to this question here. 2 sharps. 2 sharps is D major. 2 sharps is D major. There's our D, all right? And now we want to write a 7th up. So let's count 7 steps. We're just going to go space, line, space, line, space, line, space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. C sharp. We could write our scale out. D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this key here, what is it? 1 sharp, it's G major. G major, we've got our G right here, and we want to go a 5th up. Here's our G major scale that we wrote earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. G, A, B, C, D. So if we write a D over there, we get the 5th. That interval is called a 5th. We're in the key of D major for this one. 2 sharps. Our note over there is a D, and let's go up to the 6th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we look at our scale that we wrote, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a B. And our final example here, in the key of F major, 1 flat, F major, is an 8th. Well, we could also call this an octave, and you can write an octave like this, 8 V E. That's just shorthand for octave. So F to F. So if we know where F is, that's an octave above F. Okay, let's move down to the next part of this section. The distance in pitch between 2 different notes, right, is called an interval. 2 different notes, any distance apart, is called an interval. It is a melodic interval if the 2 notes are played one after the other. It is a harmonic interval if they are played together. So these notes, all right, they're a melodic interval. Let's say that this is in 4/4 time signature. This note is being played on beat 1 and 2 because it's a minim. It's worth 2 crotchet beats. and this note is being played on beats 3 and 4. They're being played on separate beats. They're being played one after the other. These two notes, however, if we're also in the key of 4/4 for this example, all right, this G down here and this D are being played over all 4 beats of the bar. 1, 2, 3, 4 at the same time. They are both semibreves and they are both being played at the same time. So they are what we call a harmonic interval. The size of an interval is measured by the number of degrees of the scale it includes. So here's a second, here's a third, a fourth, and a fifth. And we used this technique in our example up here when we wrote the scale out and then counted up to the number of the note. The number of degrees is the number of the interval. It is not changed by a key signature or by any accidentals in front of the notes. In grade 1, we shall use only the intervals which have the key note as the lower note. These, for example, are the intervals from the key note in G major. So each of these notes at the bottom is the key note, the tonic. They're all G. And then we've just got increasing intervals going up and up the scale. So as we go up the scale, we see that the interval, the distance between these two notes, increase. And if we were to play these notes written out like this, would they be melodic or harmonic intervals? So these are all sounding at the same time. If we add a 4/4 time signature here, and then in a red pen, because we don't want to confuse our eyes, if I put bar lines between each of them, they would be harmonic intervals. All of these notes are being held for 4 beats and being played at the same time in the bars that they're in. So exercise 40. Give the number of each of these melodic intervals, second, third, fourth, etc. We're in the key of F major. The lowest note in all of these examples is our tonic, is F. So let's go and name the notes and then see if we can get the interval. That's a B flat. So F, G, A, B flat. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a fourth. F to E, F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. F to G, all right. F, G, that's a second. All of these are, of course, melodic intervals because they are not being played at the same time. They're being played one after the other. All right, F to C, F, G, A, B flat, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a fifth. You can count up, space, line, space, line, space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And remember, the note that you start on is always 1. You count it as 1 as the first note. F to A, that's a third. F to F. Oh, I shouldn't write it down there, excuse me. F to F. What is that? That's an octave, all right? Okay, new key signature, new clef. G major, all of these bottom notes are G, all right? All of these bottom notes are G. So this is G to A, and in our G major scale, G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, which is 1, 2, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. G to A is a second. G to D, all right, that's a fifth. G to F sharp, watch out for that. It's in the key signature, so it still counts for this entire line of music. That is an F sharp, and it is the 7th. What's that note over there? That's a G. All right, they've written it 1 octave above, so don't be tricked by that. G, A, B. B is the 3rd. G, 2. E, that's the 6th. And then G to C is a 4th. All right, exercise 41. Above each of these notes, write a semibreve which makes the named harmonic interval. So what are they asking us here for? Harmonic interval. And what do we know about harmonic intervals? They sound at the same time. All right, they're not played one after the other. They are played at the same time. So we have to write it directly above the note. What key are we in? We're in D major, all right? And all of these notes are the note of D. So we count up our scale to the 3rd, D, E, F sharp. D, E, F sharp, G, A, B. C sharp is the 7th degree of the D major scale. The 5th degree is F, G, A. The 2nd degree is an E. We'll just write it over there. If we were to write them directly on top of each other, they would overlap. So when notes are quite close to each other, we can write them just side by side like that. The 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4, is G. And the 6th interval, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B. Okay, C major now. All of these are C notes. That is also C, but it's written 1 octave above. The 5th of C, C, D, E, F, G. The octave of C. Oh, look, they've written it here for us. There's the octave. These are both C's. The 6th, C, D, E, F, G, A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 4th above this, C, D, E, F. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's an F. A 3rd above C is E, C, D, E. 1, 2, 3. And then a 7th above C is B. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, exercise 42. Give the number of the melodic intervals marked with a bracket in the following. The first note is the key note in every case, all right? So the key notes is always the bottom note. We're in C major. That is a C, and that is an E. So if we count up our scale, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 3rd. What about this example here? We're in the treble clef. We are in C major. That is a C, and that is a D. Counting up the scale, C, D, 1, 2. 2nd. All right. Question C is in the key of G major. We have our G and an E. So that's a 6th. Why? Because G, A, B, C, D, E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th. Question D, we're in the key of F major. 1 flat, all right, 1 flat. There's our F. Why? Because we're in the bass clef. F going up to a C is a 5th. F, G, A, B flat, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Example E, we're in the key of D major, 2 sharps. Here's our question. First note is D, going up to a G is a fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just counting. Line, space, line, space. 1, 2, 3, 4. D, E, F sharp, G. Fourth. We're in the key of G major for this example. Here's our note, G, and we're counting 1, 2, 3 up to B for a third. Question G, we're in the key of F major. 1 flat is F major, B flat is our accidental there. First note in this bottom line of the treble clef is an F, and we're going up an octave to an F, so octave. And now for, I think, our final example, example H, we are in the key of D major. We're in the bass clef, and do you remember what this symbol means? The time signature of 4/4, common time. So this note in bass clef is a D. It's the tonic of our key, and we're counting 1, 2, 3, 4 up to G, so it is a fourth. Okay, section O, the tonic triad. The keynote, or first degree of the scale, has yet another name, the tonic. The tonic triad is a group of 3 notes. The keynote plus the 3rd and the 5th degrees above it. These are all tonic triads in C major. Okay, so root or tonic, 3rd and 5th, those are our important notes when we build tonic triads. So these examples are all in the key of C. So let's write our C major scale out. C, D, E, F, G, A, and B. And let's give them numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, just like we did when we were working out intervals. And let's see if these follow the rule of 1st, 3rd, and 5th degrees. So this note here is a C, middle C, and that is the 1st degree of the scale. C, D, E, all right, so we've got a E, which is the 3rd degree of the scale stacked on top, and then C, D, E, F, G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is G. So we've got C, E, G, or 1, 3, 5, used to build our triad. Here again, C, E, G. And in the bass clef, C, E, and G. Okay, exercise 43. After each of these major key signatures, write its keynote followed by its tonic triad as shown in the first example. All right, so we're in C major. We've written the keynote here, and then the tonic triad underneath. So what key are we in with 1 sharp? Well, we're in G major. So let's write its keynotes here. Let's pick that one, G. And then we're going to write, if we put our G major scale over here, G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp, and that's notes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So notes 1, 3, and 5, which are G, B, and D. G, B, D. Okay, 1 flat is F major. And let's do the same thing. Write our scale out. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E. And our first note is F. Our third note is A. And our fifth note is C. So F, A, C. So let's write an F as our keynote and then the triad followed by it. So here's an F down there. And we can write F, A, C as our triad. All right, in this example, we're in D major. 2 sharps is D major. And our D major scale is D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp. And notes 1, 3, and 5 are D, F sharp, A. So let's put our tonic down there on its own, and then we'll write a triad next to it. So D, F sharp, A. We don't need to put our accidental in here because the key signature is taking care of it. Okay, we're back in G major. So let's find a G. That bottom line in the bass clef is a G. And then just like we did in this example, G, B, D, we write G, B, and D. Now in the bass clef, we're in C major. C major. And we've got our C major scale up here, all right? Let's see, C, E, G, all right? So we can just actually copy this one out here in the example. There's our C, and then we write our triad, C, E, G. D major in the bass clef. Where can we write a D? Well, here's a D over there, middle line, and then D, F sharp, A. So D, F sharp, A. And last example, F major in the treble clef. There's an F. Then we go to F, A, C. All right, section P, composing and answering rhythm. A 2-bar rhythm will be given. It will start on the first beat of the bar, and it will use one of the time signatures which you have already studied, 2/4, 3/4, 4/4. You will be asked to write another 2-bar rhythm to follow it. Notice that a melody is not required, only a rhythm, something which could be played on a drum or on one note of the piano, or which could be tapped on a table. Therefore, a clef and key signature are unnecessary. You can write a rhythm on any one line of the stave, or just on a single line, or without a line at all. Okay, so melody's not required, it's only a rhythm, so you can just use one note. Let's erase that. That's a terrible underline job there. Try again. One note, only a rhythm, all right? Let's keep reading. There are 2 different problems in this test. The first is how the rhythm is written down, which notes should be joined, beamed together. All right, so they're talking about proper grouping of notes and getting the stems in the right place and all that stuff. And where ties and dots may be used. This is just a matter of remembering a few simple rules. The second problem is what else the examiner will be looking for, apart from correct notation. What matters most here is whether you can make up an interesting, all right, so an interesting 2-bar rhythm of your own. Only general advice can be given about this. So it's quite subjective. What's interesting to you might not be interesting to me or the examiner. We will tackle these two problems separately on the next page, starting with the rules. So in example 1 here, they're just showing you that you have to beam certain notes together so that they take up an entire beat of the bar, or you can do it over 2 beats of the bar here, or even over these 3 beats of the bar, because remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quavers make a dotted minim. That's 3 crotchet beats. In printed music, you may find groups of 4 or 6 quavers beamed together in 2s. Nevertheless, in this test, you should keep the rules to the rules above. Note that in 4/4, quavers should never be beamed across the middle of a bar between the second and third beats. Yeah, so over in this example here, that's incorrect. This is correct, because you want to keep it readable. Beat 1, beat 2, beat 3, beat 4. Beam semiquavers together in single beats and also any group including a semiquaver. All right. Avoid ties where possible. So dotted crotchet to a quaver. All right, dotted crotchet to a quaver is better than beaming. I beg your pardon. Is better than tying together this crotchet to that first quaver, and this is better than this. All right. So of course here, that minim and those two tied crotchets are the same value, but this looks much better. All right. And this looks better. You may have noticed that in these rules, nothing has been said about rests. There are special problems about the arrangement of rests, and they will be explained in grade 2. You will not need to use rests when writing an answer rhythm in grade 1. The next exercise will give you some preliminary practice in writing rhythms correctly. Okay, so rewrite the following bars without changing their effect, but making any necessary corrections in the use of beams and ties and dots. Cool. So here we are. We're in a bar of 2/4, and we have got two quavers on the first beat of the bar, and then a crotchet. So we could beam these two together. All right. So we could rewrite it like this. Here we have a bar of 2/4 with 4 quavers. So can we beam all of them together, or can we only beam these 2? Well, for example here, this example where they beamed these 2 notes over beats 2 and 3, all right? Quavers should never be beamed across the middle of a bar between the second and third beats. But we are in 2/4. Do we have an example of that in 2/4? Yeah, we do here. So they've done it here. So we could convert this bar into 4 quavers beamed together. Like that. What about a bar of 3/4 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Well, did we have an example of all 6 being beamed together? Yeah, we did over here. So we can fill the bar up in 3/4 and beam all of those notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see if I can do this in one straight line. Just about. In a bar of 3/4 here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 quavers, followed by a crotchet. So why not beam all 4 of those first quavers together? Just like that. 4/4. All right, I think our rule here about crossing the middle beats is not going to be affected because the second beat and the third beat can't be beamed together. So we can join up all 4 of these notes. So let's try that. And then our minim. And let's go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, beamed together. All right, a bar of 4, 4. Where are the beats in this bar? That's beat 1. That's beat 2. That's beat 3. And that's beat 4. So we're going to join these 2 up. And then we're going to join these 4 up. And we're not going to join up beat 2 and 3 because that would cross the middle of the bar. So we draw our crotchet. And then let's go 1, 2 quavers, and then beat 3 and 4 and okay, example G. We've got some semiquavers here. Remember what they said about semiquavers? If there's a semiquaver, you can beam it together with the note before. All right? Same for this. Dotted quaver, beamed with the semiquaver. So we are going to count the beats first of all. Crotchet beats, we're counting 2 crotchet beats. There's our first crotchet beat, that's half of it, that's the other half of it. So these 3 are together, and that's the second one, so those 2 are together. So let's put in our quaver, our 2 semiquavers. And then we've got to add another beam there to show that they are semiquavers. And then we put in our quavers on beat number 2. Okay, here we have a tie. What do they want us to do with ties? Rewrite the following bars without changing their effect, but making any necessary corrections in the use of beams, ties, and dots. Okay, so this is tied over, all right? Which means these notes are being played as one continuous length. What is this? Okay, this is just a dotted crotchet. Why? Because a quaver is half of a crotchet. So we could just write this as a dotted crotchet like that. This is on beat 1, 2, and 3. All right, so 1, 2. Now we've got on the and of 2, we've got these 2 semiquavers which need to be beamed together. What would happen if we connected them to this dotted crotchet here? All right, we would probably think that this was a quaver. So you do not connect these, okay? These are separate. And then we have the third beat of the bar. It's 4 semiquavers. And we can beam all 4 of them together with 2 lines like that. All right, and now I. What have we got here? We've got a minim on beats 1 and 2. That's tied over to this semiquaver. All right, we can't add a dot to it because this is adding a semiquaver, and a dot would add a crotchet. So this tie is going to still remain here, but we are going to beam together those 3 notes. All right, this is on beat 3 and that's on beat 4. So let's rewrite this. We got our minim there. And we'll put in our semiquavers like that, and our quaver, and then we'll tie them together, and then we'll get our crotchet in there. And that's all rewritten properly. Now for some general advice about your 2-bar rhythm itself. The first and most important point is this. Try to imagine how the notes which you are writing would actually sound. All right? You can tap it out if you want. If you can accurately hear them in your head, most of the advice below will be unnecessary. When you are practicing, always tap out your rhythms. Even in the examination room, you need not disturb anyone if you do this really quietly with your fingertips on the desk. It's very important to keep in strict time, which means having a clear speed in mind, probably somewhere between 76 and 100 beats per minute will be suitable. For an explanation of speed directions, see page 28, okay. Normally, it does not make the test any easier to imagine it at a very slow speed. Remember that the examiner will want to see what you can invent, will want to see that you can invent an interesting rhythm. Imagine, for example, that you've been asked to add a 2-bar rhythm to the following, right? Ta, 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 ta. You could just write this, ta, ta, all right? So, ta, 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 ta. And that would be correct, all right? Correct. That's supposed to be an underline. That would be correct. There we go. But it's very dull. Another solution would be to repeat the 2 bars you have been given. This often happens as in this example. All right? I'm sure you've heard that melody before. However, in the final examination, you'll merely copy out again the 2 bars you have been given. You still have not shown that you can invent anything. All right? You need to invent something new. Your rhythm, therefore, should be a little different to the one you have been given. But it should be similar, and parts of it may even be exactly the same. Bars 1 and 3 of this melody, for example, have the same rhythm. So we've got ta, 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 ta. Yep. So this bar here, right, and this bar here are exactly the same. Repetition is good. Okay, so if you can use repetition, bars 1 and 3, that's generally quite a good thing to do, depending on the situation. In the next example, bars 2 and 3 have the same rhythm. All right, so ta 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 ta. All right, so these 2 bars here have the same rhythm, not the same notes, but the same rhythm. And in this example, bars 2 and 4 have the same rhythm. All right, so ta 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 ta. All right, so there we go. 2 and 4. Patterns such as these can help to bind the 4 bars together, but you do not have to use them. Here, for example, are 4 bars which are all different. Okay, so ta 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 ta. No repetition there whatsoever. But although they are all different, bars 3 and 4 seem to belong to bars 1 and 2. The last 2 bars seem to balance the first 2. Or you could say that the last 2 answer the first 2. They make an answering rhythm. The ending of your rhythm will need particular care. It is not usually a good idea to finish with a semiquaver because this may make the rhythm feel unfinished. Yeah, you want to finish with a long note, usually. So, or at least it's a good idea to finish with a long note. If you tap these rhythms, for example, you will see that they both feel as though they want to be followed by something in the next bar. All right. Ta, 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 ta. All right. Ta, 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 ta. Where's the rest of it? Feels like it's unfinished. How about this one in 3/4? Ta, 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 ta. Okay, again, something needs to come after that. In other words, they are not really 2-bar rhythms at all, but merely 2 bars out of longer rhythmic patterns. They cannot be answering rhythms because they themselves are not complete. Right, let's get to it now. Exercise 45. Add an answering 2-bar rhythm to each of the following. Okay, so you've got to be able to read this, okay, tap out the rhythm, and then think of something that follows and fits into what's already here. So what have we got? Ta, 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 ta. Why don't we repeat? Let's put the bar numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why don't we repeat bar 1 in bar 3, right? So we know that can work. So ta 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 ta, long note. Ta 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 ta. That's a pretty good rhythm. It works. It feels like it comes to an ending point. All right, B. We're in 3/4. Let's write the bar numbers out again. Bar 1, bar 2, bar 3, and bar 4. And let's see if we can copy the first and third bar again. So ta 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 ta. That sounds good. That works. That's a complete 2-bar rhythm. And I dotted minim there because it's a 3-beat bar. Ta 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 ta. Sounds good to me. Okay, question C. Ta 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 ta. Why don't we make all 4 bars completely different, right? So I'm thinking ta 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 ta. That should be good. It's quite a subjective thing, this, all right? But they just want to see that you can think on your feet, notate the notes properly, and try and write something that stylistically fits in with the example you've been given. So ta 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 should be fine. All right, now we've got some dotted rhythms here. Ta 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 ta. How about that? So ta 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 ta. Ta ta. Ta 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 ta. Yep. Okay. Example E. We're in 3/4. We've got bar 1, 2, 3, and 4 there. Ta 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 ta. Let's copy bars 1 into bar 3 here. I think that would fit nicely. And then we'll just have a long note at the end. As a rule, generally just keep it simple. Honestly, the best advice I can give you is to keep it simple. Don't try and overcomplicate the rhythms. Don't put crazy short, long phrases in. Just keep it simple. F. Ta 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 ta. How about that? Ta ta. We're in 3/4. 1 and 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Have all of my examples have ended on long notes. The long note at the end gives the phrase a finality. It gives it a sense of coming to resting place and being complete. Example G. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, we'll just repeat bars 1 here in bar 3. Ta 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 ta. And done. And that's a pretty decent attempt at answering these rhythms. Okay, so we are continuing now. We've got a lot of examples here. So we're going to go through all of them. We're in 4/4 in this one. Ta 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 ta. All right. I'm just going to write what comes into my head straight away. Ta 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 ta. So Oh yes, let's put one of these in. Ta ta. We did have this example up here where we grouped the notes with a minim in the middle. Where was it? They were talking about properly. Here it is. All right, there it is. They're talking about grouping notes properly. So yeah, why not include one of those? No, it's not tied over, right? It's just a minim. So ta 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 ta, and we'll put a semi-breve at the end there. What do we got here? Ta 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 ta. You know what? I'm going to repeat bar 2 in bar 3 here. I think that works well. Let's see if I'm right. And then instead of ending on a semi-breve, I'm going to end on 2 minims. All right. So now we've got ta 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 ta. All right. What have I done here? I've actually just reversed. All right. I've just reversed the order of the bars. I copied bar 2 into bar 3, and then I copied bar 1 into bar 4, and that actually works quite nicely as a rhythm. Okay, J. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. All right, there we go. So the first 2 bars are quite busy. Why don't we just chill out in the last 2 bars and have some longer notes? K. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, so now the first 2 bars are quite simple. Why don't we add something a little more complicated here? So ta 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 ta. 1 and 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's put a semi-breve there. So ta 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 ta. Bar 2, I beg pardon, 2 4 in example L. 1 and 2. All right, so ta 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 ta. All right, how about that? Ta 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 ta. We'll use this rhythm again. Dotted quaver, going to a semi-quaver, and then 2 quavers. Ta 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 ta. Cool. M. 1 2 3 1 and 2 and 3. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, why not? Why don't we do 6? Ta 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 ta. Yeah, 6 quavers. We can beam them all together. 1 2 3 4 5 6. See if I can get these joined up neatly. Oh, that's all right. Don't forget the dots. So ta 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 ta. That sounds like a complete phrase. N. Ta 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 ta. Why don't we just do the trick where we repeat bar 1 here? We rewrite bar 1. And then a semi-breve at the end. All right, 2 4 ta 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 ta. All right, nice. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, I think it needs some sort of movement here in this bar. I reckon it needs some semi-quavers. Ta 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 ta. ta 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 ta. Right. So our rhythm is ta 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 ta. Cool. Going down to P. Ta 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 ta. So 1, 2, 3 E and a 1, 1 E and a 3. All right. So ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. How about that? Why don't we go ta 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 ta? We'll add this rhythm here and we'll use that. So some repetition is good, right? You want to get someone's ears used to an idea. And the best way of doing that is repetition. We can do this in short order here. So ta 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 ta. All right, 1. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm reading this rhythm wrong. Ta 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 ta. Well, I've already committed to that, so let's see if I can make it work. Ta, whoopsie daisy. Ta 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 ta. Ah, there we go. That'll work. Ta ta ta. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. There we go. Ta 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 ta. There we go. That works and fits in with the first 2 bars. All right, this one seems quite simple. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, there's a sort of a lot of very plodding movement going on here with repeated notes going all the way. So we need to break it up a little bit. Let's add something longer here. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, we'll add ta ta ta, and then a long note to end it off. Cool. Taka taka ta 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 ta. All right, 2/4. We've got some fast motion going on here. Taka 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 ta. How about that? Ta 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 ta. That's no, that would require a sort of dotted quaver rest, and this is not really applicable to grade 1. Taka 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 taka. That's it. Ta 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 ta. So ta ta. 1 and 2, and we're gonna have that. There we go. Again, lots of motion going on here, just like the example up above. While this one's a little more quicker, we want to break it up, okay? Break it up and come to some sort of resolution. So ta 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 ta. Okay, 3/4 ta 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 ta. All right, I think we need to repeat bars 1 and 3 here. So in bar 3, we are going to repeat bar 1. Just like that. We've got ta 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 ta. Yeah. Not the most inspired rhythm, but it works. And I think this is our last example. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 maybe. Ta 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 ta. Yeah, let's repeat Let's repeat that. I think that would actually probably be a good option. Repeating the first bar's rhythm. Got these 4 semiquavers on our second beat. So ta 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 ta. You know what? Let's add this here. Let's make it quavers. Ta 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 ta, and end with that. All right. Let's move on. Okay, section Q, performance directions. So what does it say here? Many words which are not English and many special signs are used to explain how music is to be performed. The best way of getting to know them is to look them up as you come across them in your pieces, and then to remember them. There's a glossary of such words in the AB Guide to Music Theory, and we spoke about that before. That's a really good book to have on hand when you want to look something up. You could also get a dictionary of music as well. Below are some very common words, all Italian, which you should know in grade 1. Okay, accelerando, gradually getting quicker. Adagio, slow. Allegretto, fairly quick. Allegro, quick. Andante, at a medium walking speed. Cantabile, in a singing style. Crescendo, gradually getting louder. Da capo, repeat from the beginning. Dal segno, repeat from the sign. This one, actually, let's just go back. Da capo, right? Cap. Cap is something that you put on your head. And we could call the beginning of the song the top of the song. So from the top, okay? Dal segno. Segno means sign, all right? That's what a sign looks like. Decrescendo, gradually getting quieter. So crescendo here gets louder. If you put a D in front of it, decrescendo. Diminuendo, gradually getting quieter. Okay, so they kind of mean the same thing. Fine is the end, the finish, all right, the end. So now we have some symbols. F means forte or loud. Double F is fortissimo, very loud. Legato, smoothly, all right. Lento, slow. Mezzo, half. Mezzo means half. Mezzo forte, half as loud. Mezzo is half. Mezzo forte, half as loud. Mezzo piano, half as quiet or moderately quiet. Moderato means moderately. So for example, allegro moderato means moderately quick. Piano, quiet. Double P here, pianissimo, very quiet. Poco, a little. Rallentando, getting gradually slower. Ritardando, or retard, or rit, means to gradually get slower. Ritenuto, or written, or rit, is held back. Staccato means detached. And then tempo is how fast or slow the piece of music is. So let's move to the next page here. All right, below are some signs and other directions which you should know in grade 1. All right, so instead of writing crescendo, we can just write this sign over here, which is sort of 2 lines gradually getting further away from each other. The opposite of that, diminuendo, is 2 lines gradually getting closer to each other. Now we have this long phrase mark here, all right? Over 2 different notes, not to be confused with a tie, all right? So here we have a tie. We've written ties before. If I tie these 2 notes together, I know that that equals a minim, all right? But if I have many notes, all right, I'm not going to write a stave out. And I have that over the top of them, then we call it a slur. All right, and that means that the notes are to be performed smoothly. All right, ottava or octave, 8VA. All right, 8VA with this bracket here. All right, or perhaps this dotted bracket here, means over a note or notes performed an octave higher. And then 8VA with the bracket underneath means they are performed an octave lower. A dot over a note means staccato. So what does staccato mean? Detached. Oh, how do I spell detached? That is terrible. Let's try that again. Detached. I'm not going to write it out. Under or over a note, this sign here, all right, that's an accent. You want to accentuate the note, make it stick out from the rest of the others. This here, over a note, is a pause, okay? Under a note is a pause. That means you hold the note for a lot longer than it's written. And then we have these two dots at the beginning of a bar and at the end of the bar, and it means to repeat, okay? So if you are reading your music and you get to a repeat sign, you go back to where the repeat sign facing the other way is. But if there isn't one of these, all right, if there isn't a repeat sign facing that way, you just go back to the beginning. So repeat signs, either back to the repeat sign facing the other way before it, or back to the beginning of the piece if there isn't one of these. all right, crotchet equals 72. That means crotchets, there are 72 crotchet beats in a minute. Or you could just write it as crotchet equals 72. Section R, general exercises. So exercise 46, this is the beginning of a melody. Look at it and then answer the questions below. Okay, so we've got A, what does andante mean? And where is andante? So there it is, right at the beginning. That's going to be our tempo marking. So if you just remember what it is, that's good. But if you can't, go to your glossary. Where do we find andante? There it is, at a medium walking speed. So a medium speed. What is the time signature of the melody? Oh, that's easy. We know exactly where that is. 3/4. Explain what it means. So what does it mean? The top number means how many beats there are. The bottom number means what kind of beats they are. So there are 3 crotchet, because 4 is crotchet, beats in a bar. Why is there a dot after the notes in bars 4 and 8? So where's bars 4 and 8? Here we go. We've got bars 4 and bars 8. Why is there a dot after the notes in bars 4 and 8? Where's the dot? There it is. Right there and right there. So what does the dot do? It adds half of the note's value to it. So it makes the note last 3 beats, okay? Or makes the note I'm really struggling to write on this thing. Longer. There we go, that's a little bit better. What is P short for, right? Soft. Oh, actually, I beg your pardon, that's incorrect. They're asking what the full word of that is. All right, P is short for piano. And then what does it mean? It means soft or maybe quiet. If you want to use both of those words, that's fine. Okay, E, the key of the melody is G major. Which degree of the scale does it start on? All right, so we are in G major, and they want to know which degree of the scale does it start on. So let's go and have a look. So we're in treble clef, and this note is a B, okay? B. So if we write our G major scale, G, A, B, there it is. Keep going, C, D, E, F sharp. Which degree of the scale is B? Well, it's the third because 1, 2, 3. There it is. We'll keep going. 4, 5, 6, 7. So B is the third degree of the scale. All right. What is the letter name of the highest note? So the highest note in this piece of music. Let's go and see if we can find something higher than the first note. So B, that's the same note. That's lower. C. All right, so C is our new highest note. Is there anything higher than this? No, nothing in there. Nothing is higher. Nothing so far. Let's go down to this. So we're looking for C's. Lower, lower. Okay, so E up here is higher. And this here, this is our highest note. All right, so E. What is the letter name of the highest note? E. What is the letter name of the lowest note? Okay, well, I can see some pretty low notes over here. That's quite low down on the stave. It's an E. Is there anything lower than it before? No. Anything lower than it after? Yeah, this one. All right, so that's a D now, hanging down there at the bottom of the stave. No D's here. Everything is higher. Cool. So this is our lowest note. It is a D. What is the value of the shortest note? So let's go to the beginning and have a look. We've got a crotchet. So far, that's the shortest note. Then a dotted crotchet. Okay. A quaver. All right, so that is quite much shorter than those two. So this is our new shortest note. No, nothing shorter. Minim is 2 beats. So no. Crotchet, crotchet, crotchet. Dotted minim is 3 beats. So no. No, there's another quaver. There's another quaver. There's a dotted quaver, all right, which is longer than that. We have this here, all right. This is a semiquaver. So what's the value of the shortest note? Semiquaver. How many times is this rhythm used? Okay, so crotchet, dotted crotchet, quaver. First bar, we've got it. So it's used 1 time there. All right, no, no, no. What about this? Quaver, beg your pardon, crotchet, dotted crotchet, quaver. Yes, over there. Another one over here, all right. Crotchet, dotted crotchet, quaver. So 1, 2, 3, and no other times. So it's used 3 times. In bar 7, what does the sign here mean above the note? So this note is also our highest note that we found, and it's got this accent. All right, let's go back up to our glossary here. Here it is. All right, there it is. Accent. So it means an accent. Copy out the first 4 bars. Remember to put in the clef, the key signature, and the time signature. Okay, well, I'll just do the first bar here, and then you can do the rest. So we've got clef is our treble clef, and then an F sharp and a 3/4 time signature. We're in G major, so let's rewrite that. And let's do the first bar. So we've got a B, B, A, and it's this rhythm. B, B, A with that rhythm. Okay. So that's our first bar. Let's put the bar line in, and let's put the piano And why don't we write andante at the top? We may as well try and copy everything. Right, so andante, piano, and then so on and so forth. We'll copy out the first 4 bars. Okay, exercise 47. This is the beginning of a melody. Look at it and then answer the questions below. So what does allegro mean? What does allegro mean? Can we remember what allegro means? Here it is, up in our glossary. Quickly, all right? Or quick, cheerfully. So allegro means quick. What key is the melody in? So this is a bit more of a difficult question. We've got to go look at the key signature, and then we have to look at any accidentals that might be in the melody to try and figure out what key it's in. We can see there's no sharps and no flats here, all right? So it's probably C major. Do we have any funny flats or sharps here? No, none. So we're in C major. Question C, show another way of writing the time signature. So another way of writing this time signature here, remember that means common time, and common time is 4/4, 4 beats in the bar, 4 crotchet beats in the bar. What are the curved lines over the melody called? Look at these, right? So we call them slurs. Here they are up in our glossary. There it is, a slur, all right? Play the notes smoothly. What do they tell the performer to do? Play smoothly, right? What does a dot over a note in bars 2 and 4 mean? I've gone too high. A dot over the note in bars 2 and 4. So watch out, because there's 2 dots here, all right? But they're not talking about this one. They are talking about this one here and this one here. They are over the note. They are not next to the note. They are over the note. And they are staccato, all right? Staccato. Staccato. And what does staccato mean? It means detached. I think I missed a letter out there. Staccato, all right? Detached. How many times does the note F appear? Well, let's go in and count notes and put their note names in. So that's a G, A, E, C, F. We got one there. D, G, E, C. So far we've only had one F. Let's keep going. That's a G. That's a B, D, B, E, C. Another F, D, and B. All right, so we've got 2 Fs. How many times does the note F appear? Twice. 2 times. Which bar contains all the notes of the tonic triad but no others? So what are the notes of the tonic triad? We need to know what key we're in. We're in C major. Okay. The tonic triad is built off of the 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Okay. C, E, and G. So we want to find a bar with C, E, and G in it and no other notes. All right, so that's got a G. It's got an A. Why did I write A there? That's a C, I beg your pardon. There we go, C. A G and a C, yeah, and an E. C. We've got an F and a D. Okay, so no, this bar's out. What about this bar? G, E, C. Well, we've written the notes underneath, so we've already actually done the work. Are there any other notes in this bar? No. So it's bar 2. Which bar contains all the notes of the tonic triad, but no others? Bar 2. What does the sign mean? It means a crotchet rest. Crotchet rest. What do you notice about the rhythm of bars 3 and 4 compared to the bars of the rhythm of the bars 1 and 2? So 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Well, they're the same. 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and 3, 4. 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and 3. They're exactly the same. So these two bars are repetition. They are the same. Copy out the first two bars. Remember, put in the clef and time signature. Alright, so let's just go in and do this. We are in C major, so no sharps and no flats. We've got a treble clef here and then a C for common time, so let's do that. Treble clef, no sharps, no flats, C, common time. What's our tempo? Allegro. Let's write that up above. And then we start with a crotchet rest. Now, what are the notes? Can I see it up here? Not quite. G, C, E, C, F, D. Let's see if I can remember it. Does it look like that? Yeah, it does. G, C, E, C, F, D. And then, of course, don't forget our slur. Over the top of them, and then our bar line. Not the neatest job, but it's copied. And then, of course, you can go in and do the next two, however many bars. All right, exercise 48. Look at the following melody and then answer the questions below. Poco means a little. What does adagio mean? So can we remember what adagio here means? Let's go up to our glossary. Adagio is slow. So if you can't remember what it means, obviously not in an exam, but when you encounter something, just look it up and it should be much easier to remember the next time. Adagio means slow. So adagio means slow. What is dim short for? Dim. Where's dim? There it is in bar number 7. All right, bar number 7. Dim. Dim means diminuendo, right? Diminuendo. And what does it mean? Getting softer, gradually. Getting softer. Gradually getting softer. The key of the melody is F major. In which bars is the key note not used? So what is the key note? What's another name for the key note? All right, another name is the tonic. And what number of the scale is the tonic? All right, it's number 1, and we're in F major. So in the key of F major, Here's the scale: F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. F is our first note, it is our tonic, it is our keynote. So which bars is there no F? Alright, let's go in and label the note names. We're in the treble clef, so that is D, and then D, C, A. So bar 1 doesn't have it. Then G, A, C, A, B, and A, G, F. Ah, we found an F. E, F, A, F, A. Keep going. There's an F over there in bar 5. Another F. E, C. That's a B. That's a C. That is D, C, B, and A. Another A. Bar 7 here. B, A, G, F. And then E, A, F. So which bars do not have an F? Which bars is the keynote not used? So bar 1. Bar 2, G, A, C, A, A. Not in there. Bar 3, we've got an F. Bar 4, we've got an F. Bar 5, we have an F. Bar 6, C. Here we go, B, C, D, C, B, A, A. So bar 6, it is not used. Bar 7, there's an F. And bar 8, there is an F. So bars 1, 2, and 6. Question D, what does crotchet equals 56 tell you? All right, so that means that there are 56 crotchet beats in a minute. 56 crotchet beats in a minute. Give the meaning of legato. Where is legato? Ah, there's legato, right at the beginning. So this is one of our this is one of our performance directions. Let's go up to our glossary. Where is legato? Here. Smoothly. Okay, legato is smoothly. Which is the quieter, P or PP? Piano or pianissimo? It's PP. Quiet, 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 right. Which bars contain the first 4 notes of the scale of F major? So the first 4 notes of the scale of F major are going to be, we've written out our scale here, F, G, A, B flat. F, G, A, B flat. I think I can see one here. F, G, A, B flat. Oh, I forgot to put my flat signs in there. Cool, so it's bar 3. Which bar has the same rhythm as bar 1? So here's bar 1. Ta, 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 ta. Ta, 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 ta. Ta, no. And ta, 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 no. Ta, 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 no. Ta, 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 ta. Ah, here we go, it's bar 5. What do the signs and mean? All right, what do these signs? So crescendo, and D, crescendo. Crescendo, getting louder. decrescendo, getting quieter. Give the full name of the first note in bar 3. Give the full name of the first note in bar 3. Where is that? Yes. So I actually already went and corrected myself, because originally I'd written that down as just a B. But watch out, you have got a key signature here with a B flat. Alright? Every note on the B line you encounter is, in fact, a B flat. Copy out the melody from the beginning of bar 5 to the end. From the beginning of bar 5 to the end. Put a clef key signature and time signature. So now here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright? We're starting from this bar, not this bar. Let's go. We've got a treble clef. Alright? Key signature, F major. Do they want us to put the time signature? Yes, they do. What is the time signature? Common time. Alright, and let's do the first bar here. F, F, E, C. Alright? F, F, E, C. That's our first bar, and I believe there's a slur over the top of it. Yeah, and don't forget this crescendo here at the bottom. Let's see if I can do one. There we go. And then, of course, you go on and write the rest of the bars after it. Okay, so we've reached the final exercise for the book. It is exercise 49. This is the beginning of a melody. Look at it and then answer the question below. Right. Question A. Add the missing word in this sentence. The melody is written in the something clef. Right. Well, what's it written in? Look at that. It's a treble clef. What is the key of this melody? Which key signature only has one sharp in it? It's G major. All right, draw a bracket above any pairs of notes which are a semitone apart. Okay, so let's go in and have a look. Let's write our note names underneath. G, G, A, F sharp, E. All right, so G to G is not a semitone. G to A, no. We could fit an A flat between them. A to F sharp, well, no, that's a minor third. All right, so quite a big gap. F to E, that's a tone, so nothing in this bar is a semitone apart. Then we have D, E, F sharp, F sharp, E, and E. D to E, that's a tone. E to F sharp is a tone. F sharp to F sharp is just the same note, so there's no distance vertically between those two. E to F sharp, no, that's a tone. And E to E, same note. All right. Oh, watch out, because the two notes could be across a bar, actually. So E to D, no, that's a tone. Right, B, B, C, A, G. All right, so E to B, no, that's a fifth, okay. B to B is the same note. B to C, aha, we found our first semitone. B to C. C to A, no, that's a minor third. A to G, that's a tone. G to F sharp is, in fact, a semitone. F sharp to G, another semitone there. And then G to A, no. A to A is not. A to B is a tone. B to G is a third. G to F sharp. We've seen before, and we know that that is a semitone. All right, what about F sharp to E? No. All right, E to F sharp? No. F sharp to G? Yes. F sharp to G is a semitone. G to G? No. G to A is a tone, so no. F sharp to A is a minor third, so no. E to F sharp is a tone, and then E back to F sharp is another tone. So we've got all of our semitones. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them there. Question D. What degree of the scale is the first note in bar 3? Bar 3. What key are we in? We're in G major, so let's write our G major scale. G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. And the numbers of the degrees are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. What is this first note here? It's a B. So 1, 2, 3, G, A, B is the third. Give the full name of the last note. The full name of the last note. Well, we've already gone in and written the note names. It's an F sharp. Just be careful of the key signature, telling you that any Fs that we come across, whether it's on this line or this space, all Fs are changed to F sharps. How many crotchet beats are there in a bar? Well, we've got common time. Another way of writing that is 4/4. So there are how many crotchet beats? There are 4 crotchet beats in a bar. Which bars contain tied notes? So now don't get confused between these long slur phrases underneath, all right, and these tied notes here. This is a tie. This is a slur. So which bars contain tied notes? All right, so bar 1 here has 1. Bar 2, no. Bar 3, yes, there's a tied note there. Bar 4, does it have a tied note? Yeah, these two A's are tied together, so bar 4. And then bar 5 also has these two notes tied together. So bar 1, 3, 4, and 5. Underline any of the following descriptions which you think suit the music. Well, what have we got to choose from? Smooth, loud, quiet, slow, fast, merry, sad. Well, let's look at tempo first of all. What have we got tempo for? Slow and fast. All right. What's our tempo here? 54 beats per minute. If you look at a clock ticks at 60 beats per minute. All right. So let's see if I have a clock in front of me here. All right. So 60 beats per minute is around 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. If we were counting in 4 time, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This tempo here is at 54 beats per minute. 1, 2, 3. A little bit slower than 60 beats per minute. 2, 3, and 4, and 1, and 2. I think that's quite slow. So let's say slow. So we've taken care of tempo. Let's think about dynamics now. Is there anything in this piece of music that's telling us how loud or soft to play? Yes, it is this piano here, all right? And that's telling us to play quiet. There we go, quiet. Smooth. What about performance directions like smooth? Are there slurs in this piece of music that tell us to play the notes smoothly? Yes, there are. But just having one of them might not be enough for the whole piece of music to be described as smooth. In this case, however, every phrase, every single phrase is being played with a slur. Every phrase is smooth from the beginning to the end of this excerpt. So smooth is going to be a good option there. And then we've got merry and sad. Merry and sad. So these are the mood of the piece of music. All right. Is merry music normally quite fast and energetic and probably not quite smooth, but quite detached, perhaps? Yes, I'd say a lot of the time merry music is. This is not, however, any of those things. This is quite slow and smooth and quiet. All right, so all things that you might associate with being sad. Copy out the melody from the beginning of bar 3 to the end. Put in the clef, key signature, and time signature. All right, let's do it. So we've got a treble clef here, an F sharp in the key signature for our key of G major, and then common time. So let's put that in. Okay, F sharp, common time. And now we want to go from bar 3. All right, so bar 3, we've got a B tied over to another B. B, right, let's put that going up. Tied over to a quaver B. And then C, A, G. All right, all of the stems are going up. C, A, G. Stems going up. That's a bar line. This is tied over to an F sharp, crotchet, and then so on and so forth. You can go and copy the rest yourself. And we have now reached the end of the book. Thank you for joining along with me. I hope you were able to get something useful out of this theory lesson. I wish you best of luck for your theory exams, and I will see you in the next lesson.